Good morning. All right, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time. I'm Jim Brown. I'm your instructor. This is FAA Source Selection. I've got you captive for the next 5 days. And we're going to start with some administrative stuff, and, course expectations and things like that. But I'll tell you where I like to start. If you've never worked with Adobe Connect before, I'm going to start with a little bit of a demonstration, illustration rather, of how the interface works for you. Hold on a second. Turn on my drawing screen. I'm going to mute everybody's microphone real quick. Then turn my microphone back on. We've still got some people drifting in. Mark Fogelson is the coordinator for this class. He'll work mostly in the background. I'll be the face and the voice for most of the course for the next 5 days. But Mark is organizing everybody into breakout groups. Let's start with this. On your screen, you're seeing what the course looks like. Let me select a nice bright red color and a little bit larger size. You're going to see my face here most of the day. This is the main chat section. If you want to send a message to myself or to Mark, I see a lot of people already talking in the main chat, but it'll turn up in the main chat. If you've got a technical issue, sometimes we have issues with connectivity. We've got some tricks, not a whole lot in the tool chest, but some tricks to try to alleviate connectivity problems. If you've got an issue with connectivity, you can send a message to Mark or myself, and we can try to get that straight. Also, my information and Mark's contact information are up here for this course. Here's the attendees area. You will see yourself and everybody else. I'm going to, again, mute everybody's microphone real quick. And turn mine back on. We've got some course materials down in the lower right-hand corner, and I'm going to ask you in a minute to download those materials. There's 3 of them. There's a participant guide, a source selection workbook, and there's a handout, which is used in some of the exercises when we do breakout rooms. There's a section right next to it that has to do with web links. The only web link we're going to look at today is FAA's Acquisition System Toolkit, or FAST website. So most of the presentation material is going to be over here. There's a couple very small buttons up above. The first one is the speaker. Then there's a microphone. I'm going to ask you if you want to say something, you can turn your microphone on and click it again to shut it off. And next to that, there's a little bit of a hand. If you click on the hand, that's raise the hand. You've got a question or an issue or something. And right next to the hand, there's a very small caret. It's kind of hard to hit. I find a lot of people raise their hand when they mean to reach for the drop-down caret. And the drop-down menu will give you a couple of options. You can raise your hand. You give me a green thumbs up to agree, a red thumbs down to disagree. And the only other one I want you to be aware of is there's one here called step away. And if you have to leave for any reason, if you could turn on the step away function, just to let me know that you're gone. It shows up in the attendees area that you're away for a minute. Now let's do this. It takes just a minute the first time you turn on your microphone to initialize the microphone. So everybody, go up here to the microphone button, turn it on, and say "Good morning, Jim," and then mute it again.
Good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I can tell already this is going to be a good class. Okay. If we're good with the user interface on Adobe Connect, everybody is reasonably comfortable with this. could you give me a green thumbs up? So hit the down caret next to the hand and give me a green thumbs up. Let me know we're good to move on. Okay, that's working fine. Let's see, we've got, let's see, 17 attendees. Mark, how many people are in this class? It's
17 registered, 15 currently with us.
okay, 15 with us. So we've got 2 people who are going to drift in still, but we'll go ahead. Go ahead and roll on and get them acclimated when they come online. This course is going to, of course, describe FAA source selection process. That's what this is all about. So we'll learn how to plan source selection, develop evaluation factors, which are the big drivers for the source selection decision. We'll talk about the process of preparing and issuing the solicitation for the FAA, understand proposal evaluation process, following AMS guidelines, understand how to conduct discussions with contractors, with the bidders, and how to identify and recommend an award decision to the source selection official. The schedule, I'm going to walk you through this, but just so you know, we're going to be online every day at 9 o'clock Eastern and run till 5 o'clock Eastern. We'll take a 10-minute break at the top of every hour. You'll need that when you stare into a computer screen for an hour. It's time to take a 10-minute break. And at about 12 o'clock Eastern, we're going to take a lunch for 60 minutes. So day one, we're talking about administrative stuff. I've got an opening sort of introduction. We're going to get into module 1 and start into module 2 in the afternoon. Day 2, we'll finish up module 2 on source selection planning and getting into module 3 on developing evaluation factors. On day 3, we'll start module 4 about preparing and issuing solicitation, evaluation. And beginning of day 4, we'll continue on evaluating bids and get into module 6 on discussions with contractors. And on day 7, we'll talk about selection and award, and will be a wrap up. And of course, you'll have a course exam to finish this up. I'll talk more about that in a second. But FAA wants 100% participation. What they actually accept is 90%. So that means you can miss 10% of this class. And again, you guys are busy professionals. There's a lot going on. It's virtually impossible to shut your life off while you attend a course. So I understand if you need to step away, please use the step away function on the drop-down menu. Let me know that you're gone. I like participation. I learn a lot, especially from professional students. FAA is such a massive organization. There's all kinds of corners of this organization I know virtually nothing about. So I'm anxious to find out how source selection is conducted in your section of the FAA. Sort of like Las Vegas, what happens in the course stays in the course. I hope everybody's very, very, very comfortable. I'd like you to be very comfortable. It is a professional course, but the conversation needs to be very informal. So I want you to be very comfortable turning on your microphone to make a comment and turning your microphone back off again. Of course, the only things that constitute a grade for this class are participation and the final exam. The final exam is all of, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's 30 questions. It'll be taken on day 5. You have to get 70% correct in order to pass. But we're going to talk about the questions on the final as we go through this. So I don't expect anybody will have any problems. Brad's asking if the course counts for 40 CLPs. Does anybody know that? I don't know. I'm a contractor of the FAA. I don't actually work for the acquisition training branch, but I contract to them. So I'm not really aware of continuous learning points. Anybody have an answer for Brad? Anthony, did you raise your hand?
I believe it's 40 hours, this course.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think if you check on the FAI CSOD page, it gives you a breakdown of it.
Okay. Thanks, William. Brad, you get
No
that?
worries.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good deal. Thanks for asking. All right. Let's go on to course introductions. See, we have any more? We're still missing 2 people. So I expect them to drip in as the day gets started. Let's do a quick introduction exercise. And I'm anxious to find out a little bit about who you are. We're going to do that with only 15 students. We can do that in whole class. There's no need to go into breakout rooms for that. So I'm going to stop top of the roster. For lack of a better approach, I'm just going to do this alphabetically. We'll start with Joshua Benson. And I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself, share your any current or recent roles and involvement in the source selection process. Mention any questions that you hope this course might answer for you. And finally, what's your favorite hobby? Let's find out something about you that doesn't have to do with work. Joshua, if you're ready, why don't we get you to introduce yourself?
Yeah, all right. My name's Joshua Benson. I'm an MPA here in Juneau, Alaska. As for past roles, this is actually kind of my first introduction to this. I had just finished the core class, a few months ago. So hopefully this will be able to kind of give me more insight on actually how the process works.
Good. Good.
So yeah, that kind of covers the questions. Yeah, I would just love to know more about actually selecting and obviously CO making decisions and core doing some coordination. So that'll be good to know.
Sounds great. What's your hobby, Joshua?
As a favorite hobby, I've got I don't know, in terms of months, 1.5-year-old son. So most of my hobby is spending it with him now.
Yeah, that's your other full-time job.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that sounds great. Matter of fact, since you're in Juneau, Alaska, let's do this quick exercise. I think that let's find out where you guys are located. We're going to do this before we go on to Brady Cantrell and have Brady introduce himself. Let's find out what state you're in. Down in the lower left-hand corner, there's a little section where you can enter the state. I'm in Florida, which is probably the polar opposite, no pun intended, of you in Alaska, Joshua.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you enter the state where you're in and hit return. And let's find out where everybody's located. Okay, again, Virginia is always very strongly represented, as is Oklahoma. Oklahoma, welcome to the SEC. And we got a spattering from Seattle, Washington, a little bit of West Coast, California, spread across to Maryland. And Joshua gets the Far Away Award all the way in Alaska. Nicole gets the Early Riser Award for the day, by the way. Nicole was on when I first came online this morning, about 6:45 Eastern. She was already online. Okay, so we got a couple more. Virginia, well represented. All right, we'll go back to the introductions. So we know we're spread across all time zones. When we keep track of time today, it's going to be Eastern time. So when I reference time, it's right now it's 9:15 Eastern time. So this class runs from 9 to 5. Brady, if you're ready, why don't we ask you to introduce yourself to the class?
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hey, good morning. Brady Cantrell. I go by Brad. Been with the FAA 24 years. I'm a frontline manager at NorCal TRACON in Sacramento, California. COR has always been a collateral duty of mine since 2007. That was when I first got COR certified been COR on a number of contracts, primarily service contracts. Been a part of source selection on a few of the bigger performance-based energy contracts. Done work for all three service areas on those type of projects, and my hobby would have to be the two grandkids that we have living here locally with us. They keep us busy and kind of gives us a license to be goofy when we're not at work.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Grandkids expect goofiness. That's a good thing. All right, let's go on to Matthew Clark. May or may not be there. I don't see. Yes, Matthew's here. Matthew, why don't you introduce yourself? All right, we'll get back to Matthew. What about David Clemens?
Hello, I'm David Clemens. I'm the safety assurance lead for WAS, the WAS system, and I'm also a core. We have 2 cores in our group. And I was part of the source selection activity for selecting the prime contractor for WAS a while back. I think for 1 or 2 of the times the contractors come up, but it was pretty minimal bid. So I don't really have any questions right now. I'm sure I'll come up with them as the course goes on. And my favorite hobby, I spent a lot of time playing this kind of strange strategy game called Advanced Squad Leader, which most people haven't heard of, but it's a lot of fun. And I'm also a big college football fan, and I'm looking forward to going to the SEC. So see how that goes.
I'll give Oklahoma about 2, maybe 3 years at the most, and they'll be right on top of the SEC.
Yeah, I think they'll do good, but we'll just have to see. We got a new coach, and he struggled a little bit, so who knows?
All right. Okay, Dave, what is WASP, by the way? I apologize, I have to ask.
Oh, it's okay. It's a wide area augmentation system. It augments GPS, where you can use it for flying approaches for airplanes, and adds some accuracy and some integrity to where it makes it a little safer. And we have reference stations all over the United States, and we have some in Mexico, Alaska, which of course, so we have 5 or 6 there, and then we have some in Canada also, and they're all linked together through a network with a lot of every site has GPS receivers, and they look at the signal and make corrections for the ionosphere and things like that. So
very cool. All right, very interesting. I've got somebody's. I'm going to mute everybody's microphone again real quick and turn mine back on. Okay, Matthew, are you?
Morning.
Hey, good morning. This is Matthew.
Yes, it is. Was having a lot of technical issues there, so I had to log back in. So I had to drop off.
Let's get you to introduce yourself.
Well, my name is Matt Clark. I'm a software engineer for the MODES second level engineering group. Handle a whole lot of radars across the NAS. I would say that I'm a complete noob when it comes to the source selection process. I serve as the tow core for 2 task orders for the second level engineering. So I have pretty much no experience here. So this class should be very interesting to me. I'm sure I'll be asking a lot of silly questions to answer the third direction. As far as hobbies, kind of ride motorcycles, and I'm a gardener. It's kind of conflicting interests there. One burns fossil fuels, the other one, if you need a nice biscuits, you know.
Yeah, they seem like opposites attract. That's interesting. And by the way, I'm a big fan of silly questions, so keep them coming. All right, thank you very much, Matthew. What about Ishmael Cruz?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. So I work for the FAA. I work as an electrical engineer. For infrastructure, I do more of design. Past role in source selection process, I don't recall doing a source selection before. Um, I would like to get more information as to what it entails. And my hobby is to occasionally travel. If I have time, probably 4 or 5 times in the year, but usually I do it in the weekend. It's like a small getaway, and then watch series with my sister.
Very cool.
That's it.
Okay, Ishmael, thank you. Let's move on to Karen. Karen Evans.
Hi, good morning. Yes,
Good
this
morning.
is Karen Evans. I am a contract specialist in AAQ 230 here at headquarters, Washington, D.C. I have been a Fed, I'm rolling up on 1 year, but I have been supporting the FAA and or working with the FAA for the past 9 years. Let's see. Other than the obvious, really understanding this process and this segment of the contract, choice, selection process, contractor. My hobbies: I paint in oil and acrylics. I like
Wow.
jazz, and I'm taking jazz piano lessons, which are a lot harder than one would think.
Yeah, I can imagine. Okay. Very interesting. All right. Thank you, Karen. What about
Thank you.
Sally?
Yes,
Sally.
good morning. Yes,
Morning.
good morning, everybody. This is Sally Froge. I work at headquarters in DC with Mission Support Strategy. And currently I'm with NORA, the NAS Operational Risk Assessment. I've headed up strategies for space launch reentry integration, the integration plan for ATO as well as upper class E. So a number of things. Hobbies, definitely my kids and my family, but if they're all grown now, so maybe investing and things like that. So I'll leave it at that. Good morning, everybody. Oh, well, I guess too is maybe like some of you, maybe not. I'm a PPM and core level 3 on both of those, and I already met my hours, but I haven't seen this course to be here and just pick up what I can. So thank you, Jim.
You're welcome. Sally, it's good. It's good to have you. That space reentry stuff sounds very, very interesting. I'm getting a little bit of background noise. I'm going to shut off everybody's microphone again and then turn mine back on. Here we go. So after Sally, we're looking at Howard. Howard Hughes.
Yeah,
Spelled differently.
yeah, exactly. My name's Howard B. Hughes. I go by Brent. I've been in the agency 27 years. I started out in Alaska on the legacy systems and engineering infrastructure. I have had a vast knowledge. I'm also a PMP and also a core level 3. I actually work for a national defense program with infrastructure engineering here. I was in DC, but I'm actually tasked between Atlanta and New York. Source selection. I was with Power Service Group for a while. I did all the ARSRs, long range radars for NDP. So I've had a lot of background in construction and infrastructure and helping navigate the waters for contractors and DOD, CBP, Homeland, all that kind of good stuff. And then my hobbies, basically, I'm a hunter fisherman. I play a lot of golf. I coach hockey. I'm a coach USA Hockey for 35 years, and I'm also a wrestling coach. And then me and the wife, we travel a lot, do a lot of skiing. Got 3 kids all across the country. So that's about it for me.
Very cool. All right. Thank you. Brent, I'll say. What about Clarence? Clarence Hill. There's-
Hi, this is Anthony Hill.
Okay, Anthony.
I'm at headquarters in Washington, D.C. I've been with FAA probably for about 15 years. I worked on next gen e-tax, was head of the A&E and construction division. Worked with FTC recently and CWO. Don't have any questions at this time. I have filled the role of contract officer, head of different solicitation packages and programs, and a hobby. I once sang with the Quartet Gospel Group that was rated #1 in the DMV area. That's District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia. And that's about it.
Wow. Wow. That is cool. Gospel choir. Okay. Impressive. I'm going to say Christian Lindsay. How do you pronounce that name, Bruce?
It's Christian. Hopefully I spelled it right. Christian.
Oh, okay.
It's Christian or Chris. I go by Chris. I don't do
Okay.
Christopher. So, but Christian
Okay.
or Chris is fine.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Christian Lindsay. I work at headquarters supporting AAQ 230 Terminal and En Routes Division. Currently, I'm the contracting officer for the FAA's Contract Tower Program. I've been in the federal government for over 20 years, been with FAA for about 7 years, about 3 years as support contractor, and then the last 4 years I've been a Fed. I participated in the source selection process as a contracting officer in the past, and currently we are just beginning a recompete for our FAA Contract Towers program. My hobby is I am an avid bowler. I have about 31 300s and average about 230 in local leagues in my area.
31 300s. Wow. Wow. Rarity. Very cool. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. What about William David Lonergan?
Hey, good morning. My name is William Lonergan. I go by Billy. William when I'm in trouble. Core for Center Operations and Maintenance at the Tech Center in Atlantic City. Pretty new to the FAA. I started in October. I came over from the DoD. I have a little bit of experience with source selection with the DoD, construction management and projects. Probably going to have a lot of questions. FAA does things the smart way, the DoD not so much. And favorite hobby, I do barbecue, smoke pretty much anything I can. And I have a 2-year-old German Shepherd rescue that I'm constantly trying to help rehabilitate. That's pretty much it.
Very cool. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. So you're still wrestling with the difference between FARS and AMS?
Yes. And for some reasons, well, it's not bad. The stuff in the FAA, you guys probably make fun of me, but I think it moves at breakneck speed. Projects with the DoD take ages. You can time them with the calendar. It's horrible.
Wow. Interesting. All right. Good insight. What about Sokol? Oh. Mark, I don't see Sokol on the list. That might be one of the people who's not here this morning.
That's correct. Yet to arrive.
Okay. Yet to arrive. All right. Nicole Rooney.
Hi, good morning.
Good
my
morning.
name is Nicole Rooney. I am new to the FAA here. I've been on board for about 2 months now. I'm a contract specialist with the AAQ 420 Executive Offices team. I share Billy's sentiments. I came from the DoD. I was there for about 15 years as a contracting officer and served on various source selection boards. So I'm very interested to learn about how the FAA does source selections, coming from kind of DoD, which was a more heavily regulated process and arguably pretty litigious, dealing with kind of the big defense contractors. So yeah, my hope for this course is just to be able to learn how the FAA conducts its source selections. And I'm also kind of in the same boat as a few other people here. I have 2 toddlers, a 6-year-old girl and a 4-year-old boy. So I don't really have hobbies for my own. My hobbies are coaching them and serving as room parent and chauffeuring them to birthday parties and anything else that comes along with being a mom.
Very cool. All right. Yeah, children are always everybody's first hobby. All right. How about Showman Shivani?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shoman. And my last name is Shivani. I am an MPA for Seattle TradeCon, and I am with the FAA for a year and a half. So this is very new for me. So probably I'll be asking a lot of questions. And question number 3. So you said we're having a test. So I have a test phobia. So please let us know. Let me know if there is anything that's going to be on the test that, I will have to mark it. So yeah. And then number 4, I have 3 kids, 12 years old, 2 years old, and an 8 weeks old baby. So my hobby is to make them happy and healthy. So yeah, my hobbies disappeared and their hobbies is my new thing. So yeah, thank you everyone, and thank you for having me.
All right, Showman. Test anxiety is a very real thing. So I'll do a lot of work to try to allay any anxiety. There's nothing to worry about with this test. You'll find this isn't softball, but we are pitching underhand. And I'll try to address all the information that's going to be on the final exam. It sounds intimidating to call it a final exam, but it's Mark. Did we determine, is it 30 or 40 questions?
Only 30 questions, Jim.
Yeah, it's only 30 questions, and it's pretty straightforward. No curveballs, no trick questions. It's going to be. I think you'll find it pretty easy. How about Lizette Joanna Smale?
Wow, you really threw my full name there. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I have been working for the Tech Center in New Jersey, well, South Jersey, for I guess a little over probably 12 years now. I keep saying 5 years, but yeah, 5 years have gone and passed. I've been a core for a little under 10 years, and I've done, I guess, at this point, 2 processes of like sole source like selection process. I've gone through 2 contracts for that. So I think it's always helpful to kind of refresh everything just because there is a lot of people involved in the process, and it's just good to understand like what have a realistic timeline and just understanding the process. I think it really helps just because like sometimes it's very frustrating just to get through it. I don't have like questions specifically, but like I said, I think it's just really helpful to understand like what we have to kind of go through and all of the writing that's involved. I think it's just good to see verbiage that is related to that. I think it's really helpful. Like I guess all the other parents mentioned, yeah, right now I had 3 under 3, so yeah, there's no time for hobbies right now, and that's about it.
Is that 3 in diapers?
Well, I think we finally graduated out of that, but yes, there's 2 in diapers and 1 is not. So, yeah, fun.
All right, thank you. Okay, how about Jessica Tran Nguyen?
Oh my gosh, can you hear me?
I hear you now, Jessica.
Good morning. Good morning, Jim. I was in your class last week, the AMS life cycle. That was a really good class. Good morning
Okay.
again. My name is Jessica Tranwin, everyone, and my current role is program finance specialist. I've always been in the budget arena. I've been with FAA, Fedwise, 14 years. Source selection is new to me, and would like to learn more about it. I've never been involved in source selection or anything like that. My favorite hobby is I like to travel, and I like to try different kind of foods, just while I'm traveling, just to experience that. And I don't have any questions at this time, and I just would like to learn more and kind of get more information regarding source selection.
Great. Well, we're happy to have you.
Thanks.
Thanks for the quick introduction. Okay, so we're missing two people. We're organized you into 4 breakout groups. So we've got 3 groups of 4, and one group one, only has three people in it. If we don't have any other questions, any questions, general administrative issues, how this course is conducted, things we're going to do before we jump into module 1. Okay, if we're good to go, why don't you give me a green thumbs up? Let me know we're here and ready. We're going to run for about 10-15 minutes, and then we're going to take our first break. Good deal. Got everybody's green thumbs up. Let's go ahead and get into module 1. So this is sort of an overview module of source selection. We're going to talk about the FAA's path to acquisition independence, a little bit of history. The FAA, we're going to talk about AMS policy and guidance for source selection and how the FAA's AMS is independent from the FAR. Those of you coming from DoD, I'm sure it's painfully obvious. You're a little bit more familiar with the differences. We're going to talk about roles and responsibilities during source selection, and we're going to talk about the source selection objectives and phases, and maintaining the importance of maintaining procurement integrity. So after completing this first lesson, you'll be able to explain the agency's move to acquisition independence and the AMS effects on source selection. So the Federal Aviation Administration was created the same year I was, in 1958. Again, to provide oversight and regulatory power over our national airspace. The Department of Transportation wasn't created until 1966. And it made sense for aviation to fall under transportation, but there was this concern they didn't want FAA's ability to manage, especially a lot of the cutting edge technologies that are coming out impacting the airspace. They didn't want to limit FAA's capability of doing that. So there's a lot of effort to maintain independence from the DOT in order to allow their own decision making without going through layers of bureaucracy. So to prevent the DOT from undermining the FAA, Congress did a couple things. The first was they gave the administrator a voice in selecting 8 political appointees that report directly to the administrator. Of course, they have to be approved by the president, but they can consult closely with the administrator on the president. The executive office coordinates with the administrator on FAA appointments. But statutory independence was originally granted by Congress in 1958. It was reaffirmed in 1996 and again in 2012 with broad bipartisan support. Why is it important for the FAA to practice independent decision making? Anybody have a thought?
Well, our line of business is a little bit different than commercial or industrial and other lines of business. So,
yeah, that's right, Brent. Number one, there's a definite technology interface. Number two, much of what we do is not only real time, but it's real time public safety related. And there are other departments that are public safety related, but not quite as critically as the FAA. So I would agree with you, Brent. Our line of business is a little different. They recognize for the FAA to be able to respond to continuing challenges, it needs to be able to have its own independent decision making. So in 1996, Congress expanded upon that independence and exempted FAA from the federal acquisition regulations and some of the Office of Personnel Management personnel rules. They said by the end of the year, you have to come up with your own acquisition management system. And that became AMS. Anybody familiar with Public Law 104-502? It was a 104th Congress in 1996. You might never have heard of those, but it was the regular annual appropriations law for the FAA included clauses in there that exempted FAA from the FAR and from the Office of Personnel Management rules. So it wasn't a special law. It wasn't anything that independently came to the floor. But the Appropriations Subcommittee for the FAA worked with the FAA to include provisions for FAA to be independent of the FAR and create their own AMS as the law for that year. And that's been the law that's been in force ever since. So the AMS supersedes major acquisition policies and procedures of the DOT and other, like we said, for the FAR, the Federal Acquisition Regulations. And like some of you have said, if the FAR and Defense DoD acquisitions tend to move at a snail's pace, FAA doesn't often have that kind of luxury, especially when you're dealing with something with national airspace safety. There's a need to move much more quickly. A lot of the FAR, you'll find the regulations and the provisions, they're set up in a way that to prevent fraud and abuse rather than to further creativity and innovation. So the AMS is designed to try to encourage creativity and innovation and not so much to try to avoid abuse. Of course, it's still designed in such a way to be transparent and avoid systematic abuse. So part of the personnel and procurement reforms that I also mentioned give the FAA flexibility in developing and retaining highly skilled workforce. They realize that for our national airspace to remain safe, we have to compete with the private sector. And it also facilitates procurement of rapidly evolving technologies in a way that ensures aviation safety. So the AMS establishes policies and guidance in all aspects of the acquisition lifecycle. It defines how the FAA manages its resources to fulfill its mission and goals. The objective, of course, now this is important. What does it mean when an instructor says something's important? Anybody?
Quiz.
I'm sorry?
It said quiz question. It'll be on
Okay.
the test.
Yeah, it's going to be on the exam. Okay. So one of the things on the exam, this will help one step towards allaying test anxiety, is the objective of the AMS is on the exam to increase the quality, reduce the time, manage the risk, and minimize the cost of delivering safe and secure services to the flying public. I'm going to have to look up and see exactly how it's phrased on the final. Matter of fact, I might do that right now. Let's phrase it this way. What is the main objective? What do you think the main objective of source selection? So it's focusing not on the entire AMS, just the source selection. It is to select the proposal that represents the best value to the government. And the AMS enables us to do that. So the key is competition. competitive procurement under AMS is faster. You'll find faster and easier than the effort that goes into justifying and awarding a single source. Most FAA contracts are competitively awarded, and the results for the FAA in general have been very good. So I'm looking at lesson 2 is dealing with policy and guidance for source selection. So after we finish this lesson, you'll be able to explain how the AMS deals with source selection. I've got about 5, maybe 7 more minutes before we'll take a break. So the AMS policy outlines 2 procurement methods. One's for complex non-commercial. It's used for complex, large dollar things that have generally they have a developmental component associated with them. So some new technology needs to be developed or matured to the point where it's ready for the FAA. They're generally non-commercial items and services, typically investments that are approved by the Joint Resources Council. Use complex non-commercial methodology. The other is commercial and simplified. It's used for commercial items that are less complex, smaller in dollar value, shorter term. Products and services that they can be considered more routine than complex and non-commercial. And routine in nature, they're generally purchased just on a fixed price basis. A lot of times the costs associated with those are available in catalogs or something. AMS policy on source selection establishes guidance for all the aspects of life cycle acquisition management for the FAA. The policy sections that outline requirements for source selection include in AMS policy section 3.2.2 and AMS guidance section T 3.2.2. And most of what we're doing, you'll find in the FAST. We'll demonstrate the FAST, and this will be the last thing we do before we go on a break. If I go to here. So you should be seeing the FAA FAST website at this point, and it's the link is in the lower right-hand corner of your screen under web links, fast.faa.gov, and everything you need to know about source selection is here. Is this on the test? No, it's not. Good question. But this box, AMS policy, takes you to AMS policy, where you can the policy document for AMS, and section 3 deals with source selection, but it has everything to do with AMS. Going back to the home page, on this side, procurement policy and guidance. On the one hand is AMS policy section 3. The other hand is procurement guidance. And AMS policy, if you read it, like I just showed you here, policy, it reads a little like it's written by attorneys. Probably was written by attorneys. Guidance, on the other hand, gives all the insight. Again, it covers the same topics. They're not in the same order or in the same sections, but it provides a little bit more insight into how to do things at the FAA with references to templates, and forms, and guidelines and things that the FAA wants us to use. So policy, I'll mention when we come back from the break. Policy is required. AMS policy guidance, it should be followed. It's recommended, but it's not mandatory. So it's about 10 minutes till 10 right now. Let's go ahead and take our first break. I'm going to put you in the lobby and I'll set a timer for 10 minutes. Turn on your mic and holler at me if you've got a quick question. Otherwise, I'll see you in about 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back. There's usually a video that runs when you guys are on the break, and I put you in the lobby, and have not been able to get the video to run. We got a new version of Adobe Connect, and the MP4 video doesn't seem to want to load and run for me. So I asked her. I've got this group chat, Teams chat that's going on with people that I work with. If anybody knows what's going on, and somebody wrote that it's because Mercury is in retrograde. So that's our. Who is the software engineer? Can you blame software problems on Mercury in retrograde? Okay, we're going to move on with more about AMS policy and guidance, and make sure everybody made it back. Could you give me a green thumbs up? Let me know you're ready to roll. Okay, we're good to go. Matt, I think it's Matt. Matt, aren't you a software engineer? Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the course materials before we move on into lesson 2 of module 1. Down in the lower right-hand corner, there's 3 course materials that I want you to download. One is, of course, your participant guide. The other is a source selection workbook, and final is a source selection handout. And I'm going to share my screen real quick and take a look at this is the participant guide, and I've got it in 2-page view. When it first opens, I think it's just in single page view, but it will follow the table of contents for this course. Of course, if it's all linked. So if you click on a table of contents, it'll take you quickly to that section. You could also hit the ribbon over here on the left-hand side. It'll have a table of contents, take you back to the syllabus, course introductions. Let's see. I'm having trouble getting to it won't apparently take me back to the table of contents. You might have to scroll up on the right-hand side. If you're someplace and you want to make a comment on something, you can hit comments, select text box, and write a comment. Any notes that you might want to take? Some people like to follow along. Some people don't. Somebody got a question?
Yes. How do you make it show as two views like you have it right now?
Up on the upper left-hand side where it says View.
Yep.
Drop-down menu, Page Display. I like the 2-page view.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay. Oh, you're welcome. Some people like to follow along in the manual. You're welcome to do that. There's also a source selection workbook, which is a Word document. It looks like this. We're going to be doing exercises in the workbook. So I ask you to open this up because the exercises are described in the workbook with a section for you to write your answers. I'm also going to have you set your answers into the notes section in your breakout room. And finally, there's a handout pack. And again, I've got this on the 2-page view. Handout pack. We're not going to do the first exercise in the handout pack, which is fairly massive, but this is information I'll refer you to when we get to that point in our discussions, the section where you need to go to in the handout pack. Any questions on your participant guide, the handout pack, or the student workbook before we roll on? I think it's all pretty straightforward. You'll get comfortable with that stuff as we move forward. So we said AMS policy must be followed. That's the FAA rules. It's legally binding for us. This is our acquisition system. It is as legally binding as FAR was for DoD. It applies to all investment programs. The administrator, FAA administrator, approves the acquisition management policy. The acquisition executive has to go to that level before it can approve any kind of waiver or deviation from AMS policy. Guidance, on the other hand, it should be followed. It's a recommendation, but it's not legally binding like AMS policy. Guidance refers to and references the set of agency-endorsed guidelines, processes, instructions, templates, databases. They're all available through the FAST website, fast.faa.gov. Will we get these slides? Sally, it's a good question. At the next break, I can put the slides into like a PDF document and put them down in the course materials.
I'll take care of that, Jim.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. So Mark's gonna create that, and he'll just drop it into the course materials. Mark, if you let me know when it's ready, you can download that at that point. So I said AMS guidance should be followed. AMS policy must be followed. The Director of Acquisition Policy and Contracting approves all AMS guidance. So talking about the roles in source selection, contracting officer can tailor source selection based on the complexity, the dollar value, the urgency, and available resources. So you find there's a lot more flexibility in AMS than there is in the FAR. So we're rolling on to the next lesson. And this is getting into the objective and purpose of source selection. So after completing this lesson, we understand the basic objective and purpose of the whole FAA source selection and source selection process. And we're going to start with the first of, for this class, many breakout exercises. And when I put you in your breakout rooms, I'm about to do that for 10 minutes, but you'll find the interface is a little different. The interface is going to look like this. And so let me highlight the differences. First of all, instead of seeing my face, you get a countdown timer. It says how many minutes are left in the breakout room. The attendance, the main chat area, the course materials, and the web links all stay the same. Those are not going to change. But instead of a video, you'll get a countdown timer. And then you have a couple new sections. You've got a participant chat section. It works just like the main chat, but you're only chatting between your group members. Of course, in a small group, I expect instead of chat that you just turn on your microphones and talk. You've got a notes section here. When I ask for deliverables from an exercise, I want you to write them in here. This is called the breakout room notes section. The instructions for a given exercise are going to be put up here for you to read. And please don't write in the instruction section, because if you write here, it changes the instructions on all the other groups. The other three groups will see any changes that you make up here. Are there any questions about this interface? Okay. This is a 10-minute breakout. I'm going to put you in your groups for 10 minutes. I want you to think about some large purchase that you made on a personal basis, buying a house, buying a car, whatever, sending a child off to college. And think about how you made that selection. Then there's a couple criteria. Come up with one example for each group. Talk about what criteria you use to make that purchase decision and how you decide which one of those criteria were the most important. How did you justify your decision? So I'm going to take you to another screen. After you go to the breakout room, we're going to come back to this. Now, there's only 4 groups, so there won't be use all 6, but the 4 groups that we have, we'll be able to see your breakout notes in this section when you come back in. And I'm going to paste the student instructions here, so you'll be able to see it in your breakout room. And I'll pop in just to make sure everybody understands. Now, this first breakout, I'm going to set for only 10 minutes. Any questions before I send you off to your breakout groups? Do you understand what you're going to be doing? All right, Jessica, I agree with you. That was a very good question that Sally asked. Okay, thank you, guys. I'm going to start the breakout rooms. I'll pop in, make sure everything's going smoothly, and I'll see you in about 10 minutes. Let's see, Matthew. Which group is Matthew in? Matthew, I'm going to put you back into group 3.
Yep, group 3. I'm not sure how you popped out there. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to pop into the group to see how they're doing. good shape. Mark, I'm going to step away for a second.
in the matrix.
Okay, welcome back.
Where's our group? Okay, we're number 4.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll need to remember your group numbers because I call on groups by group numbers very often. I'm going to mute everybody's microphone real quick and turn mine back on. Let's talk about some of these decision processes. Why don't we go ahead and start? Let's start with group 1. What was the major purchase that you guys talked about, and what were the decision criteria that you used?
We talked about, hi, this is Chris Lindsay.
Hi, Chris.
We talked about purchasing a house, and the criteria we used were price, location, which is in proximity to schools, shopping, restaurants, hospitals, the size of the house, size of the lot, condition of the house, and then what type of house. Would it be a townhouse or a single family home? And then in terms of how you decide which criteria are most important, I think the first thing I think all of us agreed was like, it's always about what you can afford, because once you figure out what you can afford, then from there, it will dictate, what location you have, maybe what type of home, the size of the home, what type of taxes you're going to probably have to pay, real estate, property taxes or what have you. So again, it's from our talk, it was all about affordability. And then from there, you make your decision on what type of, house you're going to have and things of that nature.
Okay. So again, cost seems to be the largest decision criteria, or the most highest priority decision criteria. What about? It looks like all 4 groups decided to buy a house. What about group 2? Is anything radically different in your decision approach to what group 1 had to say?
Hey, this is Nicole. In looking at group 1 and kind of everybody else's responses, it looks like we all had the same thought process. To purchase a house, there's kind of a really long list of criteria that one could make that span, all the topics that everyone has written down here. But then when you drop down to the second question, that's where you kind of have to sift through the criteria and, rank it based on kind of factors you can control, you can't control, what you can predict, and really drill down to the core of, why are you buying this house? Is it short-term space, a long-term space? Do you want to grow into it? Are you set? Kind of what your costs look like down the road. And so it really does look like, kind of for number 2, everybody keyed in on the fact that, hey, what is feasible given your budget, and what your criteria were.
Very good. When you do source selection AMS, the process really isn't that much different. You consider what it is you're buying, what are the drivers, all the factors, and how we're going to evaluate it, and you go through an exercise of determining what's your highest priority factors. It's pretty much the same. We're on some level, we all have lots of experience making major purchases, and it's applying the same logic and reasoning that you would in your personal purchase to what you're doing at the FAA. I noticed group 4, you've got college and professional training for 3 kids. Did you guys also purchasing children's education in addition to a house?
We discussed that too, because many of us have children varying ages, but discuss that too, because personally, my kids are all, grown and out of college now, thankfully, because as I said in our group, I found it more difficult to get planned and prepared for college and professional training than buying a house.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well, it took a lot more decades of planning and stuff, that with a house, you kind of do it. But one point I like that group 2 brought up is the HOA fees. I have my own opinion about HOAs, but that would fall into O&M, operations and maintenance, and sustainability of your purchase, and what's your future cost as well. Are they going to ramp up or what? And so we did talk about some of those ongoing costs, taxes, and things like that.
Okay, that makes sense, Sally. So again, same thing, doing a major purchase for the FAA, you got to shift gears and think about operations and maintenance and long-term life cycle costs, all kinds of things. So a very, very good point. And regarding HOA, regardless of what you think, don't fight them, because you're not going to win. Most states, they have an unreasonable amount of legal power behind them. Okay, so I'm going to take you back to the presentation. And let's go on to the next lesson, which is objective and purpose of source selection. And again, you asked me to highlight things that are going to be on the test. I was thinking the purpose of AMS, that was a different class. The first question you're going to get is this. The main objective is best value for the government. That is the whole purpose of managing and executing and planning a good source selection effort, is to obtain best value for the government. So the considerations, just like when you're doing your own major purchases, what are the costs to the government? What's the technical approach in relation to the evaluation factors that we believe are important? And what's the past performance? How has this vendor, this contractor, performed on a similar contract in the past? So the purpose in obtaining best value is ensure that we are realistic in our approach and work with the contractors, maximize the competition. There's a belief we get the best value at the best price to the extent that we're able to maximize competition, minimize complexity. Try to break it down into its components and organize it in a way that we can manage it well. So, there's a big difference between complexity and complicated. You can organize complexity and still work your way through it and manage it. Complicated means it's difficult to do. Complexity just means there's a lot of moving parts. So we want to try to break it down to as few moving parts as possible, so we can capture and source procurement for the FAA very, very effectively. And finally, ensure the evaluations are impartial and comprehensive. We have to assure that they're impartial and comprehensive, not just to the contractors, but also to the public. We can't do anything that gives the impression of bias or impression that there's an absence of fairness in our approach. We're always ultimately under public scrutiny. So you could put the two main approaches on something of a continuum. One being lowest price, technically acceptable, and the other is being best value, which looks at cost price and non-cost price evaluation factors and determining what the best value is. So either one or a combination of the source selection approaches can be used to achieve best value for the government. Again, like those of you who came from far notice, AMS allows quite a bit of flexibility in what's the best approach for the government in source selection. So best value, both cost and non-cost factors are assessed based on the evaluation criteria that the source evaluation team comes up with. And it results in a combination of factors that represent, in the evaluation team's belief, the best value to the FAA. So considerations of non-cost strengths and weaknesses, risks, and cost have to be evaluated for each offer. and a great degree of just good business judgment in making a selection. Lowest price technically available, rather lowest price technically acceptable. It could also be the best value, but you use a SIR, a screening information request, to establish certain standards that the offers have to meet in order to be considered acceptable. You don't get any credit for exceeding an acceptable level. So the award is made if everybody, the vendors that are considered all meet the minimum acceptable criteria, then the decision is easy. It's just the lowest price that is technically acceptable. So you find that a lot for catalog items, basic stuff that where there isn't a development component. Something is a little bit more standardized. It's a little easier to use lowest price technically acceptable. So we're going to talk a little bit about roles and responsibilities. We have probably 20 minutes on this before we take our next break. So although the procedures may differ, there are several key players that are common throughout the source selection effort. This lesson identifies these key players and describes the responsibilities during the source selection process. So the actual size and composition of the source selection team, it varies, again, depending upon the nature of the requirement. And the final award decision always rests with the SSO, the source selection officer, and the CO. Sometimes the CO is the source selection officer. But the key members, the source selection official, SSO, the source evaluation team, those people put together to help make the decision, plan and implement the evaluation process. The contracting officers for the federal government ultimately has the ability to commit the government to a contract. Product or service team lead. It's often the organization that is receiving the product or service will be the lead for them. They're especially important in developing the requirements. Sometimes there's advisors that are brought in, and sometimes non-governmental evaluators are used, especially if it's some area of expertise that we don't have within the government. We might choose to use an outside person for that role. So the size and composition of the source selection team, we said, varies depending on the nature of the teamwork. But whether large or small, it is should always be structured in a way that ensures that teamwork, that there's unity of purpose, everybody understands, and this is what we're working toward, and that there's good communication among the team members throughout the process. We've got another breakout exercise that's going to take us right up to the break. I'm going to put you in your breakout rooms again for about, this time for about 15 minutes. And I want you to create a persona. We might have to use a little bit of, let's see. Use a couple slides to talk about personas. If you're not familiar with personas, they're used a lot in marketing. They're used a lot in software development. And the idea is, rather than just create a product, or in this case, do source selection and buy something for somebody that you don't really know, a persona, you create this fictitious person. You give them a name. Sometimes you give them a backstory. Okay, I'm going to create a persona for somebody named Margaret, and Margaret is a mother of 3, lives in suburban New Jersey. She's got the age of her kids. You create this whole backstory so you understand the personality and the drivers, and this is supposed to sort of typify. If it's marketing, this would be a typical customer. If it's software development, this would be sort of a typical user. But it's easier to sort of, as you flesh out the detail of this persona, it's easier to sort of understand what their particular needs might be, and how best to address those needs as you're developing a solution. So we're going to kind of use that persona methodology in developing a solution for somebody who's going to be as part of a source evaluation team. If you look in your see if I've got the page in here. Okay, this is in your workbook on page 6. And we've got an example persona. This is an example persona for a source selection officer. And they didn't get into the overall goals and the pain points, the influencers, but they did list the tasks. And if you look back in your workbook, see if I can find those pages. Pages 33 and 34 of your workbook, it outlines the tasks associated with source selection officer, source evaluation team, and the CO, contracting officer. I want you guys to create a persona for a CO, and I know a couple, 2 or 3 of you are COs, so you understand this. Should have better insight into this. But list the tasks of the CO. You're not going to be able to use this persona format that's on the slide, but list the tasks. The overall goals are what she or he is trying to achieve. The influencers are what motivates, what or who influences their decision, and the pain points are things they're trying to avoid. What would be a disaster? What would be a failure? What are the things that would cause them to have trouble? So the tasks are all the responsibilities, goals what they're trying to achieve, pain points what they're trying to avoid, and the influencers are all the things that might influence their participation in decision making during that process. I'm going to put you back here for this exercise. Are there any questions about this exercise? You'll work in your groups for 15 minutes. I'll put the instructions here. And I want you, besides the tasks, what are the overall goals? What influencers, both positive and negative, and what are the pain points that might impact their decision? If there are no questions, I'll set a timer for 15 minutes, and I'm going to start the breakout rooms right now. Okay, Mark, off they go.
Running smoothly.
Yeah, it felt a little awkward, but it's a good group. I think they're pretty flexible. They'll figure it out.
No, for sure.
I'm going to pop in just to make sure that everything's clear.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a plan.
I don't really like this persona exercise anyway. It can be insightful, but they do it.
It is strange. It doesn't really explain why they're doing this, and how it ties in with the other exercises or builds on one another, and how important it is to understand the different roles. I think with a little bit more background and description, it might make a little more sense.
Yeah, I think you're right. Something else after we got into this, I realized I should have sent them off, and I'll try to do this in the future. I like it when they come up with a name for their group. So after they do their introduction,
yes, right,
send them off and say, I'm going to give you 5 minutes in your group and just come up with a name and write it at the top of the notes section.
Yeah, no, it builds camaraderie and a sense of esprit de corps. makes them, us versus them, which is always good. So were you thinking about doing that when they come back and then putting them on break, or what's your timing?
We're not going to have time when they come back from this exercise.
Okay, so go straight to break.
Yeah, maybe go straight for break, or else do it after lunch.
Yeah, fair. Sounds good.
That might be a good breaking point.
Yeah, a little waker upper.
Yeah. Let's see.
Right.
What else was I going to say? Oh, something else I think I might do is in the breakout session, we've got this this area for breakout chat. And the idea, if you're only in a group with 3 to 5 people, you don't really need chat. You just turn on your microphone, everybody talks.
Right.
And very often I go in, maybe half the groups use chat a little bit the first session, and then they're all done with that.
Good.
So what I think I might do is replace chat with a whiteboard section.
Oh, okay.
And what I create a share screen.
Uh-huh.
And here's the reason I'm doing this. What I found out is everybody has host capabilities within their breakout group. I didn't realize this. I asked them about how to, I can, in the main group, I can select an individual and give them host screen share capabilities.
Right.
But everybody has host capabilities. So if I just create a share screen, they can't change their layouts like you could as a host. But if I just create a share screen, they can share their individual screens, or they can
work on a whiteboard or whatever.
Open up a whiteboard or whatever they want to do.
It's an interesting concept. Yeah, let's chat about that.
Yeah, so maybe I'll do that over lunch too. And,
okay. Yeah, give it a try. What the hell?
What the heck? All right. Thanks, Mark.
You bet.
Okay, breakout room's going well. Not a single group is using the breakout chat function. So I think I'm going to change that as a default for my classes going forward.
What is that again? I'm sorry.
I said not a single group is using the chat function. And,
no kidding.
Yeah, I think I'm going to change that just as a default for my courses. Give them
Yeah,
a
you bet.
whiteboard space.
Yeah, let's see how that works out. Yeah, I can't imagine why they would, right? Use the chat. If
Yeah.
they can talk with one another, that's just a waste of time.
Yeah, and they usually figure that out real quick. Mark, I need to get up and stretch for a bit.
Sounds good.
but
Close.
you have to
You
have
have
a
the money.
specific
It's
clause
not.
in.
It's not happening. Okay. Because
So
that would be
we're good.
deficiency of fund.
You're good. Well, welcome back. I'm going to mute everybody's microphone real quick. There we go. Turn mine back on. Try to eliminate some echoes. Let's see how we did with. Let's see how we do in creating persona. Let's start backwards this time. Let's start with group 4. Let me know what you came up with for your CO persona.
Did you say, sir, group number 4?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So we came up to overall goals for selection, best value for our government, and for general service, we are looking into peer performance and AQ checks, optional capacity, prior performance review, location, service, and access to TRACON. Also using materials that they're using, not damage equipment for personal health. We consider green, security background checks, and escort or not bidding process. So funding is our main sole source of and fair selection. Example, not too close to relative and friends.
Okay.
And then yes, I think one of our group member will go number 2 for positive and negative, and then the rest. Do you want to go?
Two close relatives or friends. That makes sense. Positive and negatives. Okay. Is there a cheaper option out there? Go ahead.
No new new contractors or known past performance. If there's a cheaper option out there, they will take it. No experience working at TRACON facility. And the last one is negative contractors or cannot meet needs, quality assurance, and not being flexible schedule to meet FAA requirements and safety.
Okay. You've done a good job of capturing sort of the breadth of things. There's casting a wide net. There's a lot of things that a CO has to think about and be aware of that might impact their project or program. You've done a really good job of fleshing out a lot of those issues. Close to exhaustive. Very well done. What about group 3? Group 3, you named your CO Lisa. Tell me a little bit about Lisa.
I don't know who Lisa is, but I know she's prior military, so she is Frank Burns from MASH as a core. Follows the rules, follows the regulations as should. Probably very punctual. If you're on time, you're early. If you're early, if you're on time, you're late. If you're early, you're on time. She follows she serves as a business director or business advisor to the selection team. She's going to contract a full service janitorial service to provide cleaning to a TRACON, monitoring the contract for job completion, ensuring ethical compliance, no shady business deals with the contractors. The influences are price, experience, historical government performance, and then what the contractor offers in operations and special situations like active duty hours, emergencies, storms. The pain points are ensuring that the deadlines are met, making sure selection team performs tasks in a timely and cost-effective manner. And then she also has the difficult role in people that are on the selection team as participants, but they're not being active participants.
Okay. Very good. I like the name. I also, it helps a lot sometimes picking somebody like Frank Burns. It helps everybody sort of visualize who the CO might be or how the CO might act in a given situation. So you touched on a lot of the soft skills, worried about participation. Group 4, focus more on the requirements for the project and making sure that the requirements of project, very different approaches, but both very, very valid in their own ways. Interesting. It's a very big, very broad job. I'm glad that you spent time talking about a little bit about the personnel management side of it instead of just the task and the job side of it, because it all needs to be considered for a CO and, of course, the project manager, if there is a separate project manager for a given acquisition. Very interesting. Any other comments? Group 1 or 2, anybody want to make a comment? Something we didn't talk about that you want to bring up? Okay, we're up against a break. I will mention this. It came up, I think it was Group 3 asked, do we need to capture this stuff? I'm not going to ask you to hand anything in. A lot of people, they find they write their answers into their workbook, their own personal workbook, okay? I'm not going to require that to hand it in for this class. And see, there's something else I had in mind. All of a sudden, I can't remember what it was. But the good news is we do have a 10-minute break, and this will be our last break before we take lunch. So if you've no further questions, I'm going to go ahead and send you off on a break, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. And thank you for the good discussion. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Which was the show that launched John Travolta. Welcome back, Cotter. There's a few of you that might still remember something like that. We're about to get into next lesson, phases of the source selection process. But before we do, let's have you guys give me a green thumbs up, make sure everybody made their way back, got your fresh cups of coffee, and we're ready to roll. Okay, looks like we're in good shape. So this is lesson 4 of module 1, phases in the FAA source selection process. You'll understand the basic steps that go through this process as we talk about this lesson. So typically, complex and non-commercial source selection is used for investments that are approved by the Joint Resources Council, the JRC. It must include past performance as an evaluation factor. That's part of AMS policy. It's written in, so it's an absolute requirement. By the way, there is a question on your final about which competitive procurement methods the FAA uses for obtaining products and services. Remember, there's 2 competitive methods. There's actually a template that you have to follow depending upon which method you choose, but one is the complex and non-commercial, and the other is commercial and simplified. And so there's a question about that, and it just lists the 2, complex and non-commercial, and commercial and simplified is the answer to what are the competitive procurement methods that the FAA uses. And we're going to go on and talk about the complex and non-commercial source selection process. Have I got some hands up, Anthony or Brent? Anybody have a question? I'll take that.
I have a question. So, sir, you said that the question about the complex and non-complex Is it going to be multiple choice or we have to write it down?
Every question is multiple choice.
Okay, good.
Every
Thank you.
question is multiple choice.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to give the question away, but it reads, number 4, which competitive procurement method does the FAA use for obtaining products and services through the contracting process? B, complex and non-commercial and commercial and simplified. Thanks for the question, Showman. It's all multiple choice. So this is, those of you with test anxiety, and test anxiety is a very real thing. My wife is amazingly capable, can do anything. And if I say, honey, this is a test, she freaks out, falls apart. She can't do anything anymore. So test anxiety is a very real thing. So I'll do everything I can to allay test anxiety fears. Part of that is by discussing information as I've got, you can't see it, it's right there, but I've got the test open. So I'm glancing at it all the time as I'm going through this material. So I'm going to try to highlight everything that's going to be on your final exam, which brings up this slide. This is on page 38 of your participant guide. But these 5 steps, there's a question about what are the key events in an FAA source selection? And the answer is this slide: planning, screening, selection, debriefing, and capturing lessons learned. So these are the 5 steps. I'm going to talk about them individually a little bit, but the planning phase, written procurement plans are required for FAA procurements, except there's an exception: real property, utilities, purchase card transactions, and transactions less than $25,000 don't require, but all others require a written procurement plan for how we're going to go about obtaining that service or goods. So the specific content of the plan is going to vary, but there's templates that have to be used. So if what you're purchasing is something that is a catalog item, readily available, okay, simplified and commercial procurement is going to use template A, and it's downloadable off the FAA's FAST website. Template A, and you fill in the form. It's straightforward. Template B is for complex and non-commercial procurement, and as you'd expect, the template is a little bit more involved because the procurement is going to be a little bit more involved. But it outlines exactly what's required by the FAA under AMS for planning. The next step is screening. Screening is a process where you determine which offer provides best value to the FAA. The process, again, is flexible in AMS. And the whole purpose of the screening information request is to get the information from the vendors in order to support the selection. So sometimes we're doing conducting discussions. Sometimes we do a short list and conduct discussions with a smaller group of vendors. Sometimes we do discussions with everybody. Sometimes we go to decisions without discussions. So the process itself is very flexible. But after screening, we're going to make the selection itself. It's based on the stated evaluation criteria that's developed during during the planning process. And it has to include always cost and price considerations when you're identifying the best value. Now, the technical criteria can be more important than the cost of price, but you always have to include cost of price. And the selection, ultimate selection, is at the discretion of the SSO, the source selection official. She or he can adhere to the recommendation of the SET, the source evaluation team, or she or he can choose, for whatever reason, justifiable reason, not to. If they choose not to follow the recommendation, they have to justify that decision. The next step for A, as requested, it's debriefing. So everybody, all the offers that participated in the competitive process are notified of the award, and they're given three working days from receipt of the award to request a debriefing. You'll find most of them do, depending on the nature of the procurement. They want to know, what the FAA's thought process was. The whole purpose of the debriefing is to put the offer in a better position, improve their ability to compete successfully for future FAA business. We want to work with our vendors. We want to encourage them to continue to come back and compete. We think of the broadest base of competition gives us the best price and the best value. So we want to encourage and build on that relationship to make sure keep the vendors coming back. And finally, lessons learned. So once an award is made, the service organization needs to document lessons learned, what went well, what could have been improved, should highlight any issues or processes that had a significant impact, and discuss any changes or suggestions. As with any, the source selection itself is a mini project. With any project, lessons learned has a very short shelf life. So I find if you don't capture that stuff in a systematic way right away, those lessons will be lost forever. And the whole purpose of lessons learned is to make us better as an organization, FAA better as an organization in source selection. So the commercial and simplified is for commercially available items. A lot of times these items have been sold at established catalog or market prices, and they're generally purchased on a fixed price basis. The steps involved are similar but different. The exam does not ask about the steps in the commercial and simplified selection process. But the 5 steps or phases are planning, sourcing, determination, screening, selection, decision, and award, and documentation. And the purpose of procurement planning is to determine whether the commercial items meet FAA's needs, identify potential commercial sources, and then publicly announce if it's a requirement. If the procurement is in excess of $150,000, you have to publicly announce in some form, give people that provide that service or product an opportunity to bid. Next is sourcing determination. FAA CO should solicit a broad enough number of vendors that we get a good competitive base. Also have to be sure we do this in a timely manner, so we can get their responses at a fair and reasonable price. Requirements should be stated in commercial terms. Generally, try to mirror the terms that are used and accepted in the industry. You don't want to come up with requirements that are not commercial industry standard, because that's forcing vendors to do something they don't normally do, and that usually gets reflected in higher prices. Screening, the CO should determine the appropriate screening approach and format for the responses, whether electronic, written, oral, use of standard commercial FAA forms. They can also conduct communications. Unlike FAR, the FAA, you're allowed to have communications with individual offers as appropriate. The idea is, if I'm communicating with a single offer to clarify or understand something specific to their proposal, there is not a need to communicate with other offers. But it's very important, if the CO does choose to do this, that she or he does not provide any information that puts that offer in an improved competitive position, because of some information that the other bidders don't have. So for commercially available products, FAA can also use commercial competitive techniques, like conduct continuing market research throughout the process, and then actually using vendor proposals as a source of prices and commercially available capabilities, and sharing that information with other vendors. Okay, in other words, saying this is commercially available, published catalog price. Okay, that we can get this for this price, and share that with other vendors. Force people to take a hard look at their margins and their profit, and see if they can't become a little more competitive, and and lower the price to the FAA. Selection and decision of the award. So the selection decision is always based on their stated evaluation criteria that you come up with during the planning phase. For commercial and simplified purchases, it should be based on the best value to the FAA, which includes, but is not limited to, of course, price, functional specifications, delivery capacity, warranty, and payment terms. And the method of selection and the rationale for the award has to be documented. Make sure show that the price is fair and reasonable. It should be documented. Any questions before we move on to lesson 5, dealing with procurement integrity? Silence is golden. We're going to spend about the next half hour before we take a lunch. So the FAA employees, they're dealing with contractors for the government. We become agents of the government. We hold positions of trust. We have to conduct ourselves in a way that maintains that trust. So we have very high standards of honesty and impartiality in order to maintain that trust and confidence with the public. And the way things work today in the age of social media, the press, they're looking for any opportunity to show bias, impartiality, unfairness. That stuff gets blown out of proportion so quickly and communicated around the world. We have to be extra careful that we don't give some kind of social media outlet the opportunity to dump on the FAA. So we are also subject to the Procurement Integrity Act. It applies to personnel involved in source selection, if you're familiar with the act. This act and similar statutes, they have requirements for safeguarding source selection information. The proprietary information from one vendor can't be shared with somebody else. There are civil and criminal penalties associated with that. It covers some other Procurement Integrity Act. It covers some other areas like going to work for a contractor, for a procurement on which you worked. We're going to talk a little bit about that later. But some of the prohibited conduct includes, this shouldn't be any surprise, accepting a bribe from a contractor, negotiating employment with a vendor on a procurement for which you worked, representing a contractor before the government in relation to any contract where the let's say former employee had worked on while they were a government contractor. So if you plan on leaving, potentially working for a given vendor, you should recuse yourself from work on a given procurement with the idea that I'm retiring in 6 months and I'd like an opportunity to work for this vendor. So you should not work on that procurement if you think you might be seek employment with that vendor. And of course, the release of any information is prohibited. That any procurement or contract information that might be protected as a trade secret. So FAA employees should withdraw from participation in procurement where there's either a real or even a perceived conflict of interest. A lot of emphasis on that. Information may not be furnished to a prospective contractor if it affords this prospective contractor an advantage over others, if it puts them in an advantageous position. It should not be pursued. Let's see. This integrity is the last lesson in Module 1. And I've got, I'm going to put this question to you guys. It is about 25 till noon. And this is a breakout room exercise. Give me a second. Let me see how much time needs to be allotted for this. 30 minutes. Okay, we're not going to have time for this exercise. So we're going to do something a little bit different. And then after we do this, I'm going to send you into lunch. I'm going to put you back in your breakout rooms for all of 5 minutes. Now, you've had a couple of opportunities to get into your breakout rooms already. I want you to go back in. The first thing I want you to do is remove everything in all the information that's in your breakout room notes. I want you to clear that. And then between depending on the size of your group, 3 or 4 of you, I want you guys to come up with a name for your group. And then I want you to put that name, and it's going to stay there. Every time we're going to delete the previous notes and add the new exercise, the new notes, but I want the name of your group to stay at the top. So I'm going to give you all of 5 minutes. I want you to come up with a name for your group. When we come back, I want you to tell me why you chose this name for your group. Any questions on that before I put you into your breakout groups? Okay, this is a little bit of a filler. When we come back, we'll find out the name of your groups, and then we'll take an hour lunch. So I'll see you in about 5 minutes. Mark, I'd wanted to do that as kind of a warm up when we get back, but the timing didn't work out.
No, I hear you. Yeah, it's just the way it is. Yeah,
but it's a good opportunity. I'm glad we discussed this. I think it does a lot when they have a name associated with their group.
Well, yeah, I mean, if nothing else, the 5 minutes that you're giving them right now allows them to chat with each other as people instead of as students talking about material, right? They get to throw in, a little bit of their personality, which is wonderful.
That's cool.
Hey, I got a question for you, Jim. If you don't mind, what month is your birthday?
June.
June. Okay, got it. My brother was born the same year as you, and you share a lot of mannerisms. I respect him greatly, and I respect you greatly. So you're both very energetic and personable, have a way with crowds. So.
Were you able to smooth things out between your brother and I guess your sister, your siblings?
Hey, thanks for asking about that. That was a real interesting time in our lives. But yes, when we reconvened for the weekend, we went to go visit the graveside, and we had a couple of chances just to sit down and have a couple of drinks and chat. I think we hit the reset button, and we're back to where we were. So I couldn't be happier.
I've got a little bit of that tension with my sister.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's for the same reason. I mean,
really.
Yeah, my mom passed away. My dad is ailing. He's 90.
Yeah.
5. Okay.
Right.
And he got sick, fell, lost the use of his legs. I mean, he went through. He's back walking with a walker, but he doesn't leave the house. And I thought it was time. My mom was still alive. She's severe dementia. She didn't recognize any of us.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, it's time to put them into a nursing home. And
right.
You thought I'd said it's time to burn down my parents' house.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Yeah. And I'm saying, look, Dad's still in his right mind.
Right.
It's his decision, not mine. I just think it's something that should be discussed.
Yeah.
But they attacked me, not so much. This is interesting. I think not so much because they're trying to find the best interest for Dad, because they were threatened. They thought that I put him in a nursing home, sell the house. They were afraid that my wife Patty and I would get some kind of advantageous position.
Oh my goodness!
In obtaining material, and they were my we were out there staying at the house. Patty and I were cleaning and fixing, thinking we might put it on the market. And my sister went behind my back and got power of attorney from my dad and showed up.
Oh my
and
goodness!
Told us to leave, ordered us out of the house.
Wow, really?
Yeah, this is while my dad was still in the hospital.
Oh,
it was horrific. I was just very, very disappointed to see that kind of dynamic. But it happens all the time.
You know, it's such a shock, such a surprise. Katrina and I are doing everything that we can to put everything that we can into our wills, make it very clear that this is what needs to be done, and you just follow the rules, and then nobody needs to have these questions out there. But you know, there's
That'd be very
always
good.
those issues, and you know, frankly, there were similar accusations by my sister against my brother, saying that he was seeking to find some kind of advantage by moving
Exactly.
in and selling the house early and everything else. And that couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah, it really hurt my feelings.
Well, of course it did. Are you better now?
I have nothing. I've had nothing to do with my sister for the last 3 years. Like, you know, she gets, when she's visiting dad and I call, we put her on the phone and we talk and everything like this, but I haven't forgotten, put it that way.
You forgot?
But I have not forgotten.
Oh, you've not forgotten. I see.
Yeah, I don't mean to hold a grudge. You know, I don't hold a grudge. I just don't want to be a part of that.
Do you give her an opportunity to explain herself or see if she's changed her mind and apologize, or does she need to be the one to reach out?
She needs to be the one to reach out. We'll talk about it later. It's time to
Okay.
end this breakout session.
Check.
All right. See you. Okay, guys, welcome back. We're back in the main room. Let's talk about some of these group names. Oh, hey, does anybody need more time? I don't see any group name in group 4.
We don't know where to put the group name. We tried all the steps.
Yeah, we put it in there. It's AMS professionals, but it wouldn't stay on top. We put it in our notes.
Huh, in the notes section.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when I send you guys to lunch, I'll open up I'll open up the notes. I'll start the breakout room and go into your notes section and see if I can.
Yeah.
So I can pick it. So let's start with you because your screen's blank. It's AMS professionals.
Yeah. Acquisition management system professionals.
Okay. Did you spell it differently? Did you emphasize the L's?
No. It was Alpha, Mike, Sierra, and then professionals.
Okay. Why? Well, I think it's pretty obvious. Why?
Yeah. I just, in contracting and management and so forth, you have to be professional. And, since we're talking about, I got to go my notes, integrity, so,
yep.
Honest, impartial, trust. Those
I like it. I like it. Good deal. Only rock and roll, but I like it. Yes, I do.
Yeah, me too. That's what she said.
Okay, let's go up one to group 3. You name your group Frank Burns. You got to help me out now. I'm sorry. Oh, that's good. That's you'll get the group name award for that one. Anybody on group 3 want to speak to that?
We were going to name it Breakout Group 3, but we figured that would be too obvious. But we kind of all agreed on Frank Burns because everybody deals with a person like that or has dealt with a person like that. So I got a chuckle out of you, so I guess it worked.
That's great. That's great. All right. Breakout Group 2, BVT. Tell me about your name.
We have a group. We have someone from acquisitions. We have 2 technical operations team members, and we have someone from infrastructure. So we just felt like we kind of encompassed, the whole source selection team that could be members as a part of the process. So we just wanted to play on words for the group, and what this class is about, and reiterate the objective and purpose of source selection. So maybe everyone will remember it for the quiz. So we came up with best value team.
Love it. Yeah, you got all the elements needed for a good source evaluation team.
Yeah, just
That's
not the
good.
spell check. I had an issue typing in the box and being able to go back and make changes. I don't know if anyone else experiences that.
Oh. Yeah, apparently we're having problems with this notes box. Group 4 wasn't even able to put their put anything in. I'll see if I can't clean that up over the break. What about Group 1? Did you name yourselves Breakout Group 1?
Oh no, we're Breakout Group 1, and we got Terminal and En Routes team. That's the name of our team.
Okay, Terminal
En Routes team, and the reason we chose that was two of us support as contracting because we support the Terminal En Routes, and then our other member is a member of the En Routes team. So it kind of made sense to just put that all together. So we chose Terminal En Routes team.
I like it. All right. Very good. Okay, we all have names, and we're all probably hungry. It's we're just a wee bit early. It's about 11:45 Eastern. If nobody has any objections, I'm going to go ahead and start lunch now, and it'll be 60 minutes, and I'll see you on the other side of lunch. Let's see. Hold on a second. Joshua, what are the lunch opportunities in Juneau, Alaska?
At 7:45 a.m., McDonald's.
Okay. Have a nice 7:45 a.m. lunch for Juneau, Alaska, and the rest of you guys.
Salmon.
Yeah, tourist season's happening, so they're
Yeah,
going crazy
crabs.
with all the fishing, crab. Yeah.
That's great. Okay, you guys, I'm going to put you in the lobby. I'll set a timer for 60 minutes, and I'll see you on the other side of lunch. Bye-bye. Okay.
Hey, Jim,
Welcome
can you hear me?
back.
Because I had to switch computers there.
Loud and clear.
Excellent.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Matt.
Hey, Matt. Matt, you said you were a software engineer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have software glitches and problems when Mercury is in retrograde?
I have it whether Mercury is or is not in retrograde.
I was just curious.
It's just the nature of the beast.
Okay, guys, welcome back. We survived another lunch. I hope everybody's nourished. Got your fresh coffees and ready to go.
So are you really a drummer?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite drummer?
Of all time, a guy named Tristan Bowden, if you're familiar with him. He was a drummer for a Laguna Beach group called Honk. And later, Kenny Loggins picked him up, and he toured with Kenny Loggins for years. He's since passed away.
Okay. I've
he was
lots of good friends that are drummers. You're probably familiar with Vinny Colaiuta.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Simon Phillips.
Yeah, Jeff Porcaro was one of my favorites. And of course, everybody's favorite is if your favorite drummer is not Ringo Starr, you're not a drummer. He is just he defined minimalist, and everything he did was so wonderful. And like Keith Moon once said, all drummers are egomaniacs. Of course, he reflected that and everything. He was another one of my favorite drummers.
Yeah.
But you know what they call the guy that hangs out with the musicians in the band?
What's that?
The drummer.
Beat me to that one. I was going to jump in on that one.
Yeah.
I couldn't unmute fast enough. I was going to say the bassist.
that's the second best.
Oh, that's good. That's good. All right. Everybody, give me a green thumbs up if we're ready to roll forward and continue with this lesson.
Hey, do you know how to get to Carnegie Hall?
Uh-oh. How do you get to Carnegie Hall?
Practice. Sorry.
That's good. That's good. Here's the rest of my office, by the way, for those of you who are curious. Every
Very good.
office needs a good drum set.
What kind of drum set do you have?
It's Gretsch.
Be a great way to relieve stress.
Have you ever seen that bumper sticker? Drumming. It's cheaper than the therapist, safer than a gun. Excuse me. It is a terrific way. It's probably the most courageous thing my parents ever bought me as a child was a drum set. But it's stuck with me my whole life. I actually dropped out of school when I was an undergrad, thinking I was going to become a professional musician. And so at this little club on Newport Beach, I saw one of the best drummers still today, one of the best drummers I've ever seen in my life. And he was playing for tips. And that's when I realized I'm going to go to school. So anyway, enough history. Give me a green thumbs up. It looks like everybody's all lit up like a Christmas tree. We're ready to roll forward. Into module 2. On into source. No, wait a minute. No, that's not true. We've got a breakout exercise we're getting ready to do. This is on page 45 of your student guide. It's got a number of scenarios, 1, 2, 3 a number of scenarios and questions associated with each scenario. Let's see, instructor guide, page 62. Yeah, looks like we've got 3 scenarios and then questions associated with each scenario. So I want you to read the scenario, discuss each one with your group, answer the questions, put the questions in the notes section. By the way, group 4, I was able to fix your notes section. Not sure why Blackboard did that to you, but put a new notes section in there so it'll appear when we go back to the breakout room. And we're going to come back to this, which I call the breakout room debrief layout. Any questions on this before I put you into your breakout rooms?
What page was that?
In your student guide, it's on page 45. In your workbook,
Thank you.
it's on page 8. And I'm going to give you 25 minutes for this exercise, and I will put the instructions into the instruction section. Any questions before I get you guys started? Okay, guys, we'll see you on the other side of 25 minutes. I like the joke about Carnegie Hall.
Yeah, that was a pretty funny one. As was friends don't let friends clap on 1 and 3.
Say it again.
Friends don't let friends clap on 1 and 3. Yeah.
I heard that a long time ago.
Yeah.
I like it that way.
Speaking of drumming, I was listening to Asia, the song by Steely Dan. I don't know who the drummer was on that set.
Jeff DeCaro.
Was it?
almost sure he did most of Steely Dan's studio work.
It's incredible. It's really good.
You know, the problem with liking drummers like Jeff Beccaro is some of the stuff they do, they're so good that you can't, it's too far out there. You can't duplicate it.
Yeah. It's superhuman.
Yeah, it's almost discouraging. They're so good.
Right. I can imagine. But
Yeah.
that's
Hey, Jim
true
and
in
Mark.
pretty much.
Hey, Kara. You have any drumming jokes to add to this conversation?
Say again?
I said, do you have any drumming jokes to add to this conversation?
No, I just wanted to say hello.
Well, I'll give you one. You know how you tell if the stage is level?
How's that?
The drummer drools out of both sides of his mouth.
Very self-deprecating humor.
Oh, that's
all right,
fun.
brother. I think we're in good shape. I'm keeping a good list of the course activities and their timing. You know, as always, you have a very methodical approach and a very constant tempo, so to speak. So that should be helpful. And then I also took notes on the Adobe Connect issues, as well as the fact that the slides don't have the references to the student guide or the workbook, which would make that a lot easier, save you some time. Is there anything else that you wanted me to capture so far?
No, I put the page numbers on the student guide and the workbook. I thought I did it through the whole thing. I might have grabbed a different version than the one that I edited. That's one of my concerns. Matter of fact, I'm on slide 44. I can jump way down where I know I did it. Yeah, here, guide page 28, workbook page 54. So I just apparently I started that practice a little bit
later on.
So I'm trying to make the edits as we go through it.
Well, hopefully we'll gain control, or at least some control over this course, and when we templatize it, we'll make sure all that's in there.
Yeah. It's part of a good crosswalk process to double check all those page numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, sir. Thank you.
All right. Kyra, you're on observing mode this week?
Well, I was actually supposed to be out all day today, but I got back earlier than what I thought. So I was like, well, I'll just log on and work half a day. No, I do have a couple of meetings today, and finishing up the managing scope schedule costs, because that's my next one in May. So I have 2 weeks that are back to back for next month.
Got it.
And then, yeah, I was going to ask Allie if she had the June schedule, so I could start getting a head start on that material too.
Well, if you stick around, I could introduce you as a guest speaker.
As a guest speaker? I don't know if I have anything to add, but okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kyra McDonald.
What is this course about? Is this a COTS or GOTS?
Source, it's a GOTS on source selection. It's got a really good instructor manual.
Okay.
But some of the exercises there's one exercise they sent people off to, we're not going to do it. It's a breakout room exercise. It's supposed to last for 3 hours.
Oh my God.
I know it. It was more confusion than anything else. I didn't really see a whole lot of benefit to it.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to have to excuse myself for a minute. I've got to read these scenarios and get ready for the discussion coming up. See you. Carrie, are you still there?
Hey, Jim, did you see that Anthony has a question?
I went in there and asked him. He said, no, is my hand up?
Oh, okay, just a mistake. Got it. Thanks.
You know, something we noticed is the system was, it's like every time we picked out one person, it would randomly raise their hand. And it's like when anybody raised their hand, this person's hand went up also.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did you mention that to Adobe?
No, to Kirasoft. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it.
Okay.
But
I'll put it down in the notes.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good one to bring up to them. A little quirky thing.
Got it. Thanks.
Sure.
job.
Okay, welcome back. Here we go. I'm going to mute everybody's microphone real quick. Turn mine back on. So let's flip a coin, see who wants to talk about scenario one, or does anybody want to volunteer to talk about scenario one? Is there anything unethical that went on there, and does it arise to the level of having to cancel the procurement? Anthony, you had your hand up? Or did you have your hand up?
I'm not sure if it's stuck or what, because I'm not touching my remote. You asked me that again. My hand wasn't up, but I can answer the question if you want me to.
But it's a Christian raised there. I've noticed this about Adobe Connect. For some reason, every day, one person is picked out, and every time somebody else raises their hand, that person's hand goes up too. And I think, Anthony, you're the person for today.
Okay.
So I think Christian raised a hand, and yours went up automatically. So if you do need to say something, you just got to know if your hand goes up, I'm not going to pay attention to it because I'm thinking it's a mistake. So you'll have to just turn on your microphone and say, "Hey, Jim."
Okay. Thanks, Jim.
Okay, you got it. Christian, did you have your hand up?
I did have my hand up.
Okay.
In our group, we didn't believe that the Corps violated the Procurement Integrity Act because the Corps did not provide the information. It was the program manager, and I think
good distinction. Yeah,
that was kind of the distinction. And because it was the I guess the owner of A1 complained to the CO, and they said that the Corps gave the information, but it was actually the program manager that essentially volunteered the information. So we didn't believe that the Corps violated the Procurement Integrity Act. And I think the next one was, should they cancel solicitation? I don't think they should cancel solicitation. I don't think that's just information that the current contractor gave to us prospective offer, and that was their doing. So no, I don't think they should cancel.
Yeah, I think you're right, Chris. Also, I think the content, the scope of the contract is changing significantly. So I don't even know that the current staffing levels and schedules would even really help somebody else if it's a completely different scope. Chris, would you think that a tour of the current contract holders' offices within the FAA would be okay as part of the tour?
Yeah, I don't necessarily see it as a problem. I mean, just, if you want to, I mean, that's one of the things I think you might have to take into account if you're providing, the services. You got to figure out, what type of office you're going to have and if it'll fit a certain amount of people in there. So to me, I don't think that's necessarily an issue per se.
Yeah, I think you've covered that extremely well, and I would agree with you wholeheartedly. Anybody have a differing opinion on scenario one with A1 services?
Well, this is Karen. I will say though, now that's the Corps, and just based on experience, sometimes Corps do things that, they go running around and the CO is like, what? So I guess that would be, hopefully the Corps covered this tour before with the CO just to clear whatever that tour is, but that's it. I don't know why that office was necessary, but I don't think it's a violation. But if I were the CO, I'd at least talk to the Corps. Because obviously the CO got called about this.
Yeah. I think the last thing you want as a CO is to be surprised by something your Corps does. So that's just good. It's just good coordination. Let them know we're planning this tour. Very good point. Anything else on scenario one? Okay, well, let's talk about scenario two. John, Chief Technical Officer, getting ready to retire. And gets a employment offer from DataLink Services. Let's see. Group one talked the first time. Anybody from Group two want to address this one? Best value team.
Yeah, yeah, we concluded that it's definitely a conflict of interest, and if it's not, it gives the appearance of one. Uh, First of all, John being intrigued by the offer, that his reaction should have been met first with, "I know better than this. I've been doing this job for 22 years,"
Yeah.
and and it would be right to report that to the members of his team for sure, but it would also be prudent for him to inform the company that they should not be contacting him directly for any potential offers or information other than what's official and available to all the competitors.
Yeah.
And then,
At least until after the award was made.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. And that's just a big red flag for a lot of reasons. It's almost self-explanatory in some regard. The option to recuse himself from the process, may be something that he wants to take up internally with the agency. However, there should be no notion on his part to entertain an offer from any competitor on the subsequent work in the department and the line of business that he's been involved with.
Yeah, the Procurement Integrity Act, he'd be required to either terminate all discussions with the, what's the name of that company again? Whoever, Data Link Services, terminate all discussions in writing and say, we can't talk, or recuse himself from the and withdraw from the source evaluation team in his procurement activity. One of the two needs to be undertaken.
Yeah, it's interesting the way they laid out these scenarios, because one is fairly benign.
Yeah.
In the first scenario, and the second one is a gross illustration of something that could go completely wrong.
Yeah. Did his notification of his boss, I think he sent an email, sent a supervisor an email letting him know that he has a job offer. Does that rise to the sufficiency of notification? Do you know?
I don't believe so.
Why not?
I mean, again, if he's been doing this for so many years, he should know better. And just reporting it to a supervisor isn't enough. He needs to remove himself completely.
He does still have to require either remove himself or terminate all discussions with the employer. That's a requirement. But I want to emphasize, just sending a supervisor an email is not sufficient. The Integrity Act says we need to notify the ethics responsible person.
Well, that's what I was going to say. They need to talk to the ethics attorney.
Yes. In the Office of Legal Counsel, I forget the name of the person designated at the FAA in charge of FAA ethics. They need to be informed of the offer that was made by I keep forgetting the name of this company, Data Link Services. Otherwise, it's not sufficient notification for him to meet the requirements of the Procurement Integrity Act. All right. Any other issues or discussions under scenario 2 before we move on to scenario 3? Okay, I'm going to shut off microphones real quick and turn mine back on. And scenario 3, how about group 3? Yes, it's a conflict of interest, you said. Why don't you, somebody from group 3, expound upon that?
It's similar to the situation with John. She's on the source selection team, and one of the differences in the scenario is he's retiring. She's retired, I believe.
Yeah, it's just before her retirement.
Her retirement. So it is a conflict of interest, and from what I understand, to be clear, because I'm not sure if it's 100%, but isn't there a 1-year grace period, I guess, before you can work
Yeah. You can't go to work for somebody until after the award is made. Okay, that's
Okay.
number one. But if you're a senior procurement official, as Ann was in this scenario, and the dollar amount of the contract is in excess of $10 million, you're not allowed to go to work for that company. The company that won the award, you're not allowed to turn around and go to work for that company for a year.
Okay.
So you're right. There is a year
I didn't know there
ban.
was a dollar threshold associated with that.
It's part of the Procurement Integrity Act. And again, I'd have to look. I'm not sure exactly what the FAA requires. A lot of times I find the FAA is a level more restrictive than the in this case, the Procurement Integrity Act or whatever the federal rules are. FAA,
That's because we don't ever want to lose AMS authority.
Yeah. You don't want to let anybody challenge AMS. That's a very, very good point. So FAA tends to be very, very careful. If that's the line, here's the line. Rather than get as close as you can to the line, FAA tries to get as far away as possible from the line.
Well, and I wouldn't refer to it as a grace period because it's a legal binding period that must be adhered to. And there are some penalties associated with violating that. So it's to be taken seriously. Lisa something is her name. She's been the ethics attorney for years. I can't remember her last name.
Okay. I have to Google Lisa when we take a break. See if I can get a name. It's an important person to know, and there is a requirement to notify. And you can't over notify. It's better to be a little bit on the safe side. Anything else we need to talk about scenario 3? They made her a senior official. They made the contract value in excess of $10 million because they wanted that as this scenario, this fictitious scenario. They wanted that 1 year moratorium on employment to take effect. Okay, let's see. It's about 1:30, so we got about half an hour before we're going to take our next break, and we're going to move on we're into module 2 now, source selection planning. So we're making good time today. And the learning objectives, well, first of all, it's during the planning phase that the FAA assigns a contracting officer and appoints the source selection official, who then puts together a source evaluation team. It also involves the development of a source selection strategy. And let me say this about source selection strategy. What is the purpose of FAA's source selection strategy? I'm sure that question came to mind as we discussed that. And the answer to that question is D, to specify the government's approach to soliciting and evaluating proposals. So the whole purpose of the FAA source selection strategy is to specify the government's approach to soliciting and evaluating proposals. So the strategy describes how the source selection is going to be conducted, including the organizational structure of the source evaluation team, the methodology that they're going to use for the acquisition, and any plans they have to exchange information with industry prior to releasing the solicitation itself. The objectives are planning an FAA source selection, organizing and staffing a source selection team. We tend to call it SET, source evaluation team in AMS, selecting the source selection methodology, and pre-solicitation exchanges, which sometimes very valuable, especially if it's a new area or a new technology. You kind of want to find out what the capabilities are in the field or how industry handles this. So with lesson 1, we're about to start into for module 2, after completing this lesson, you'll be able to discuss the purpose of FAA source selection planning and its connection to acquisition planning. So AMS requires that you perform procurement planning for every acquisition. Written procurement plans are required for FAA acquisitions, except, as we mentioned earlier, for real property, utilities, purchase card transactions, and transactions less than $25,000. The key components of the planning process involve conducting market research, analyzing requirements, and then selecting the contract type and method. So the contract types are a complex, the method rather, or complex and non-commercial source selection, and commercial and simplified purchase methods. So if you look on page 54 of your student guide, there's an example to be written. I take a look at mine. I think this is the hurricane. Yeah, Hurricane Irma. I worked with a woman named Irma one time, and I think I would describe her as a hurricane. But this is Hurricane Irma. It's on page 54 of your student guide. I want you to read this and be prepared to answer the questions. So why would the FAA start acquisition planning 18 months before the expiration of the current disaster contract? And is 18 months too much or not enough? So read the scenario. When you think about the question, give me a green thumbs up when you're ready to talk about it.
Hey, Jim, this is Anthony. Is that the Duncan Road scenario?
Oh, what do you mean by Duncan Road scenario?
It says Duncan Road Incorporated.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. No, it's
I'm
page,
in the wrong book.
Yeah. In your student guide, page 54, it's called Example Hurricane Irma.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the workbook. Thanks.
That's okay. You got it. Thanks for asking.
Well, I know one's definitely the risk for future hurricanes and other natural disasters like Puerto Rico and a few other ones.
Jim, you wanted us to put a thumbs up when we're ready to talk, right?
When you're ready to talk, yeah, give me a green thumbs up. We've got a couple people are ready. Now we're getting more. Thanks for asking. Okay, it looks like just about everybody's ready. We'll go ahead and jump in to discuss Hurricane Irma. The question on the slide is, why would the FAA have to start 18 months before the expiration of its current disaster contract? Is that enough? Is it too much, too little? I'll just open this up to the floor. Anybody have an opinion on that?
So there's no lapse in services.
Okay, number one, so there's no lapse.
This way, if the contract expires, they're not running around like a chicken without a head trying to fill a need. So the 18 months kind of buys overlap, I guess.
Okay.
I think due to the broad scope or the broad geography, also the broad impact.
It's a little, yeah.
18 months. I mean, it says planning, right? To start the planning. So by the time you go through legal review, all the different processes to notify competitors. The one thing that competitors are going to really need to be competitive is weather data. You don't want them trying to do an analysis on a proposed contract without as much data as they can get, and you're gonna have to have time to do all of the initial notifications and then have time to field questions. I don't know if there's going to be walkthroughs on something like this, but
yeah.
It's an interesting question because 18 months is so specific. I can't tie it to anything in the document that we read, the story that we read, other than it said it had to be proportionate to the dollar amount.
Yeah.
Well, it did have one year period of performance with options exercised over a 5-year period
over
of
a total
time.
5-year period of time. So even before the last option is exercised, they had written in they're going to start their planning process.
Exactly.
And in terms of notification, I think, William, was that you talking about the notification requirements and stuff? A contract that size and that critical, it requires notification coordination with Homeland Security. We're talking
everybody.
billions of dollars. They even have to notify Congress on this one because of the volume. I forget exactly what it said, but it's multiple billions of dollars that they're talking about investing in this. So when I look at that, I start to wonder, man, considering how quickly Congress acts, is 18 months even enough?
Yeah. Plus, you're coordinating with
18 months would just
11
be a
different
base.
states.
Yeah, coordinating 18 to 11 different states. And somebody else started to say,
Yeah, I'm saying 18 months is just a baseline. A lot of times you have to get extension, maybe do a bridge contract to cover that period of time so you keep services going, because they probably will in reality take much longer time to get everything prepared, market survey done, going through legal and so forth.
Yeah.
Well, so I have a question. How is that different from exercising the option and working against that scheduled deadline?
Well, the option.
Well, it's all about organizational needs, operational needs, and not only that. The key thing too is we're tied in with FEMA. Any natural disaster that happens, and I've been to 3 of them with the FAA on the response team, and when Irma hit and everything, and Tyndall and Kirby Field and all those Air Force bases got hit. Anyway, so the 18 months is basically a contractual deal that allows the FAA to pick and choose, but have something in place for whatever the disaster is. It's like a one-all catch-all, but it's not a one-all catch-all. So we have people and contractors in place for any adverse action or weather-related incident in the country.
Okay.
So I think it's you talking, Tony Hill.
No, this is Brent. This
No,
is
that
Howard.
wasn't me.
Oh, Brent, sorry.
That's fine.
Whoever was talking that has that experience. I did have a question on, germane to is 18 months enough with equipment, because it mentioned navigational aids in there. I mean, how do you know? Do you have enough nav aids to be able to divert for replacement in the impacted area versus the, other places they were slated for, or what's in the inventory and those kind of things? You know what I'm trying to ask?
Yeah. So basically, the response teams. Am I talking over somebody?
No, you're good.
Yeah, so like the response team, and then I don't know if you've ever been to Kansas City, but where our depot is, we have redundant systems that can pretty much handle any natural disaster because we've learned from the past.
Mm-hmm.
And again, a lot of our aircraft now, ADS-B and WAS, and some of those pilots still fly visual. They have to. So there's I'm a twin engine pilot in 2017. So there's a lot of pieces in place. But again, we have FEMA, you have the DoD. I mean, you're piggybacking off other agencies that if we have redundancy that we don't have, the Air Force has it, the Navy has it, and those kind of things. So it's a gluttony of a list that goes on. But to get to your 18 months, yes, we do the best we can with what we have. If that answers your question.
Well, partly I was asking specifically, say your lighting system is ripped out. You need a new lighting system, and that wasn't on the list before the disaster occurred. Or what other kind of actual equipment like that, navigational aid equipment, how is that handled? Because there's only so much in the inventory. There are waterfall schedules that are in place. This disaster occurs. Do we divert? How is that handled?
Correctly. Yep. You just last somebody's
thing is on.
We have scenario 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if we lost the lighting system or we lost the tower, that plane or planes will be diverted to the nearest location. And that's what I was saying. It would piggyback off an Air Force installation, a Navy installation, whatever, the closest that wasn't damaged or hit with any damage or hit anywhere other. So that's why we have it. So like I'll just give you our long range radar to the SOC and the SSC. All those things piggyback off something else. So again, we have LORAN, we have GPS. So the navigational, the lighting systems, I know what you're saying, but that's just one small point, a part of the airfield that really doesn't matter on landing an aircraft other than low visibility.
Okay,
gotcha.
I wasn't speaking to procedurally, how do we operate during the disaster and things, but if you actually get to the point where you have to replace hardware, equipment, that was what my question was around.
Yeah, so there's contractors that are available for that the Corps or the contracting office, program office, power service group, engineering infrastructure already has in place for those type of activities.
Yeah, and that's part of this contract.
That's why it's the 18 month. That's why the 18-month is critical for those type of planning.
Yeah.
So basically, if hardware is needed, the determination is that we need to replace this equipment there to get it fully operable or operable to the minimum level required. Then you're going to take from the waterfall schedule of the other sites that were just in the waterfall schedule and take that equipment from that contract that's open.
Yeah, we do that now without a natural disaster.
Yeah.
Program office does that now.
Sally, part of this, the 4 contracts that the FAA put together after Hurricane Irma were to have those potential equipment and services ready and available. So again, they might be surprised, something might be taken out that they didn't anticipate, but for the most part, it should cover, is designed to cover hurricane readiness in the event that something does need to be replaced.
If I could interject, Sally, it's like, say you have a tower at Myrtle Beach that's wiped out by, whatever hurricane approached. That service is gone, but what they'll do is piggyback to the tower in Columbia hasn't been affected by this, so the planes will be directed by that tower instead. And those are things that are already in place.
Yeah, I totally get all of that. I was just we only have so much equipment in the inventory and on contract that's already dedicated through a waterfall schedule. And I think what I heard is that we just grab from that list and impact that waterfall schedule if we have a disaster and have a must need, if you will, for that impacted area.
Sounds like if it's required. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. There were 2 people talking. What did you say? Jim, I couldn't hear what you said.
No, I said it sounds like whatever's necessary to restore safe operation, even if it means just disrupting someone else's waterfall schedule.
That's clear. Thank you.
That's what I heard. Or that's what I understood from Brent's discussion. Let me ask you this. It's good. I think we realize the 18-month window, even though it sounds like a lot, it's really not a lot if you consider all the coordination and all the reporting requirements up through various government agencies, so Homeland Security, DOD, all the way to Congress. What's the lesson? What's the takeaway? This is my next discussion question. It's this hypothetical Hurricane Irma scenario that we just discussed. Why is it an important lesson in acquisition planning?
It's never too early to start the acquisition planning process, whether it's for a new requirement or a follow-on, because if it's a follow-on, after listening to the conversation that everyone just had, you have to take lessons learned from the current contract, and apply those. How do we get after what the issues were in this follow-on contract, much less going off and executing the actual procurement process.
That's right. And I would also add that the contract that covers this much territory, the mobilization and staging requirements on something of this scope, 18 months almost seems like barely enough.
Bare minimum. Yeah, I would agree with you on that. There's another dimension, is that with Hurricane Irma, there was got a lot of negative press from some serious government groups. I mean, for the Inspector General, the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, even Congress had the impression that the FAA didn't do any planning, that hurricane took out their capabilities and they were caught flat-footed. And so the FAA wants to make sure people know, we were writing this into our whole procurement effort that we're planning in advance. FAA does a lot of planning. They just didn't plan for a hurricane quite of that magnitude. That with weather events becoming increasingly severe, I think we're going to see more of the need for intense planning. And the other emphasis is, one of the core components for this kind of planning is risk analysis. This whole reaction in these contracts that they let for hurricane readiness were all based upon sound risk planning. And risk analysis becomes a core part of the acquisition planning. And I can't remember who it was talking about scenarios. And you develop these different scenarios, what could go wrong, and develop response to these scenarios so that you'll be ready in the event that something actually happens.
Yeah,
And
I worked for a period of time for the Office Operational Readiness in an international environment. And of course, an event like this, you're going to be subject to criticism no matter what, no matter how well your plans are, and no matter how much you prepared. But a big element to this Irma that was not reported or underreported was the security and the lack of. We were dropping assets in Puerto Rico and probably some of the other states as well. We were dropping assets, emergency generators, and water, and it was being stolen before the equipment operators could be delivered to the site or deposited to the site to actually set it up. Generators were being stolen as quick as they hit the ground.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Okay. Very, very, that's an extremely good point. And it's such a good point.
The other thing is that's why storm training and ORM has been such a big discussion, worst case scenarios for even the little bit of things that we do. So we can prevent any things unforeseen, like our risk analysis and so forth. So it's very important with the ORMs now to, dot your I's and cross your T's for even the slightest. And
that's why this is Anthony. I was interjecting that 18 months is just a baseline of time. Many times it's not enough time, and you either have to get an extension, do a bridge contract with the companies that are already under contract while you get your solicitation, planning package, and everything together to cover the next contract that would be 1 year with 5 options and so forth. We found 18 months isn't enough time most of the time.
Yeah, just contractually required, but just barely adequate. It's a very, very good point. And you wouldn't want to start the source evaluation team ramp up and teaming process at 18 months. You want them to be ready to go at that point in time.
Exactly.
Okay. Hey, great discussion. Thank you. I benefit terrifically from y'all's experience. We've got a couple minutes till 2. Let's take another 10-minute break, and then we'll get into a little bit more on procurement planning when we get back. And thank you. I'll put you back in the lobby and set a timer for 10 minutes. All right, guys, welcome back. Before we get going, I wanted to pose one of life's greatest mysteries. Why is coffee so good when it's warm and so bad when it's cold. And beer, so bad when it's warm and so good when it's cold. It just beyond logic, defies reasoning. Okay, give me a green thumbs up if you guys are back. Joshua's way ahead of me. Actually, you're way in Juneau, Alaska. You're way ahead of all of us. I guess you're actually behind us, aren't you? It's only what, about 9 o'clock there now, 10 o'clock?
What's on the west are early risers.
The early risers. Okay, let's go on and talk about procurement plan. Planning is an opportunity to evaluate the entire procurement process. Even for procurements that are not covered by an implementation strategy or that don't require a planning document. Planning should be proportionate to the size and scope of the procurement. The complexity, the dollar value, okay, some form of planning needs to take place, even if it's not a documented planning. AMS uses 2 planning templates. We've talked about this before. If you have a simplified and commercial procurement, that's things that are non-complex products or services that you usually get with a purchase order or some sort of blanket purchase agreement. A lot of times they're catalog items. You use template A. If you have something that's complex and non-commercial, meaning it requires usually some kind of a development component to it, you use template B. So they both have describing the requirement, background, contracting history, deliver the performance period, the scheduling, market research, coordination with the small business office, and any a milestone schedule. And template B then adds the need to clarify the funding, confirm the availability of funding for the procurement, the basis for the award, how are you going to make the decision, the contract type, and the consideration of potentially other agency-wide contracts. We're going to talk a little about risk analysis. What is risk? What is risk? Anybody have a definition of risk?
It's what you're willing to risk, what you're willing to give,
take the chance.
give up or take.
Okay, what
Something
you're
we
willing to
take
give
on
up or
every
take.
day.
Something
We
that you
manage
work
and
on every
mitigate as best we can.
Okay. It's the probability of some event. Usually when we talk about risk, we talk about adverse event, but you can have positive risk, something you weren't anticipating takes place that positively impacts your project.
Yep.
So another word for risk is uncertainty. The difference being is that uncertainty is a condition of the universe. It's something nobody really controls. Risk usually is identifiable and often quantifiable in terms of either probability or just high, medium, low classification. So risk analysis then identifies and assesses factors that may jeopardize the success of an acquisition. You analyze each risk that you identify in terms of the probability. And again, you can't always assign a number to it, but usually high, medium, low is sufficient. And potential consequences. And again, you can't always assign a number to it, but just usually high, medium, low is sufficient. So you end up with 3 categories of risk if you use a high, medium, low classification. And it plays a big role when you start to develop evaluation factors. Identify those areas of high risk. Well, that's something you want to focus on to make sure that this contractor either has experience in this area or has dealt successfully in the past, or has a good plan in their technical approach on how they're going to deal with a specific risk area. If you identify it as high, I'd move that up the priority of my evaluation factors and consider contractors that have a good approach to this area of risk as consider them more favorably. Where's the first place to look for a project or program risk? Any thoughts on that? I'll tell you my first place is when you do a good job of planning a project, you identify all the assumptions in a project. What's an assumption? Assumption is something that's outside of your direct control, but still influences your project. So I assume this has to go right in order for this project. The politics to stay the same, the exchange rate to stay within a certain range, the weather during the construction phase to accommodate. All these things are outside of your project control, but they still have to occur in order for your project, or in this case, for your acquisition to be successful. So if you can identify the assumptions that are going into your project, it's an excellent place to start when you start looking for risk, identifying risk to do a risk analysis. So one potential derailment of a source selection is the realization that some offeror has access to proprietary information or source selection information that's relevant to the competition, but not available to everybody else. It's referred to as an organizational conflict of interest. So the CO should get advice from FAA legal and support maybe from any technical specialists in the event that there might be a perceived conflict as part of the project. CO decides if there is a significant potential organizational conflict of interest before issuing the solicitation, and should provide that information to the Chief of Contracting Office for approval. There's actually a policy, MS policy 3.1.5 says that any employee that has a real or apparent conflict of interest has to withdraw from participation in the procurement. So acquisition planning also involves development of a source selection strategy. We said the purpose of a source selection strategy is to specify the government's approach to soliciting and evaluating proposals. I also said that that's important. What is to be acquired? What evaluation factors are we going to use? How the evaluation procedures are going to be followed? Scoring plans, forms, formats, reports. Who, meaning who are the members of source evaluation team, their individual roles and responsibilities, and when. What's the milestone schedule look like for this particular acquisition? So written documentation has to support the strategic decision on how the source selection is going to be conducted. The source selection strategy, it might be part of the procurement plan, or it can be a separate document, sometimes referred to as a source evaluation plan. Lots of agencies require a separate SEP and specify a format for it. Either way, it's the source selection officer, source selection official rather, that approves your source evaluation plan. So some components of the source evaluation plan: the minimum information should include a clear description of the supply or service that's required, an org chart showing who's on the source evaluation team, the source evaluation organization, summary of the acquisition strategy, including the contract type, any kind of special features of the contract, any special standards, if we're applying, for instance, industry standards to this procurement that needs to be stated. We need to state what the evaluation factors are and any significant sub-factors and their priorities, relative importance to each other. A description of the evaluation process needs to be included. And a schedule with significant milestones, solicitation release, the proposed due date, on and on and on. So who you put on your, this is SST, but we tend to call it SET, source evaluation team. Who you put on your source evaluation team? SST means source selection team. It varies depending on the cost and complexity of the source selection. Here's an example. Org chart. Of course, the source selection officer, source selection official leads, actually puts together the source evaluation team. The CO may be required to recommend the organizational structure to the SSO, but make sure that the source evaluation team member understand their duties and that their duties take precedence over any other duties during this source evaluation, during this procurement effort. You need to surface any real or potential conflicts of interest. If there's areas of complexity or areas where the FAA doesn't have expertise, we need to seek that expertise. It might even be from outside advisors. They need to understand their roles, the reporting requirements, the limits on their ability to disclose information. We need to brief the members on the requirements in general about non-disclosure and confidentiality. All communications connected with the source selection intended for anybody outside the source evaluation team have to be routed to the source selection officer. Explain the milestones, ensure the members are trained on the source selection process. Again, in accordance with acquisition management system guidelines. So we have another breakout exercise. Let me take a quick look at the clock. Oh, plenty of time. I'm going to put you in your breakout groups for 20 minutes. This is on page 12 of your participant workbook, and it's on page 64 of your student guide. And it's asking you to think about what a typical source evaluation team looks like in your organization. Talk about the pros. What are the advantages to that organization? What are the cons? I'm sure if you've been involved with it, you have an opinion on what worked and what didn't. And try to reach as a group consensus on an ideal source evaluation team. Of course, you have to make an assumption for what kind of procurement in order to come up with a team to meet the needs of that procurement. But document a typical structure and then compare it with this idealized structure that you come up with in a group. Write your answers in the notes section of your breakout room and be prepared to share your ideal source evaluation team structure with the class. And when we come back, we're going to come back to this. Of course, the first thing I'll need you to do is to delete everything except your group name from the notes section of your breakout group. Are there any questions before I put you? I'll put the instructions in the breakout room instruction section.
And what page was it on again? 12?
Yes, it's on page 12 in the workbook and page 64 in your participant or in your student guide. Good question. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to set a timer for 20 minutes.
What page on the student guide again?
The student guide is on page 64.
Thank you.
The workbook is on page 12. And I'll see you in 20 minutes. And away they go.
Jim, are you recording this as well?
I have not.
Okay, I am. Just FYI.
Okay. Is that what the red dot is? Are you recording it in Adobe Connect, or are you recording it with?
No, I'm not, and that's why I asked. Also, when I came in, it said that it was being recorded, so that's strange.
Where did it say it was being recorded?
I don't know. Maybe in the meeting information area.
Huh. I'm not recording. I see that red dot. Look at that. It says pause recording, stop recording.
Is this another thing that's been baked into the new update? Automatic
Maybe.
recording unless you turn it off?
Let me ask this. Does it make sense to shut it off?
No, I say let it go.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, we'll see if we can find it and
Okay.
do some more troubleshooting for tomorrow.
More troubleshooting for tomorrow is also going to be interesting to look at Adobe Connect recording quality and usability compared to some other recording platform.
Roger. Yeah, I'm using Snagit.
Shirley.
Yeah. Surely, huh?
Roger. Okay.
All right, brother.
Thank you.
Hey, Jim, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Is this Matt?
Yeah, it's Matt. It's almost like every time that this breakout happens, it's like 2 out of 3 of the times it seems like it just gives me a blank screen when I start typing in the notes area. It's kind of weird. And my only way of getting back is to hit refresh, which pulls me back to the main room. Just something to be aware of. I think tomorrow what I'm probably going to try and do is use the actual Adobe Connect app and see if that mitigates whatever's going on here.
Are you an FAA or are you a contractor?
I'm FAA.
Okay. I need to check and see. I don't use the Adobe Connect app, but I heard there are advantages to using it. I'd be interested if you use it tomorrow and don't have any problems. I'd be interested in hearing that.
I will definitely let you know.
What browser are you using, Brad?
I'm on a Mac right now, and that might also have something to do with this.
As if that explains everything.
I clearly, like, something's going on there. It just goes like white blank. I can hear the other folks talking, and then for a moment I'm talking to myself till I realize.
Oh, jeez, that's uncomfortable. Right. Hey, let me know when you're ready to get moved back in, and I'll send you.
I'm ready.
Which group?
Three,
That's
I believe.
group 3.
Okay. Yet more fun.
More fun. Yeah, somehow coming in and out of breakout rooms creates issues. But as an instructor, it's like it might be the most valuable feature.
Yeah, right. In our class, Rory's class last week, every time we left a breakout room, everybody dropped.
Oh, wow.
Or 90% of them. Yeah, it was bizarre. And we had to spend 5-6 minutes getting everyone back in and reset and resettled. So.
Well, that'll drag a class out.
Yeah, a little bit. And we made it work.
Yeah, the thing about connectivity is you never know where it is. You know, where's the issue? Is it on my end? Is it on your end? Is it somewhere in the cloud or on the AC server?
Yeah, and does it have something to do with the VPN or not? Or is it a browser issue? Is it a system type issue? Is it a version of OS? I mean, who knows? There's so many possibilities.
Yeah. You know, when Patty and I first moved into this house, I got Cox internet. It was supposed to be
right. I remember. Yeah,
more bandwidth, and it just nothing. Oh, that's right. That was with you that we had so many problems that I ran an entire day on my telephone.
Yep, you made it work.
Yeah, we made it work. But since then, I went to AT&T.
No
haven't had a problem. Knock on wood.
Excellent. Yeah, Cox is a mess nationwide.
Yeah, it's worth avoiding. Mark, I turned my video resolution down from high to medium, and I just
Can't tell the difference from here.
yeah.
I'm
on
sure
this,
all bandwidth.
yeah, on this tiny little screen.
Yeah, absolutely. You can probably
there's
take it
not
down
much
even lower, but that's a good idea and probably something we should put in our checklist.
Yeah, I agree. As long as we're only using a small square. I was looking for something, you know, right now it's mirrored. It's not mirrored, excuse me. So this is my right hand and I look at it and it's like, it's not like I'm in a mirror, which is no big deal. I guess it's more like it would look.
It looks like your right hand to me.
Yeah, if you were facing me, except if I'm in a mirror, I hold up this. You know, the only time it becomes an issue is when I try to like do a line from here to here, and I want to move this up, and I move my wrong hand. You know,
Right.
because it's not in a mirror, I don't have one.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Oh, maybe this is it. Yeah, mirror. There, watch this. There's my. No,
That's
it
your left
works.
hand.
Now I can do it exactly. I can go from here to here, or down to there, or over to here.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So it had a little. There's right on my video. There's a symbol that I can do mirror.
Wait, so
around.
raise your right hand?
This is my right hand now.
It's not though. It's your left to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's now. But now it's like I'm looking in a mirror and I can see
Right.
myself.
It's better for you.
Yeah. And before
Yeah,
I do things like you know, you've got 3 minutes left. I can see it now, but before I do this, and I try to move my hand into the screen, and it would go the other way and raise the wrong hand. Oh, that's great. That works good.
Yay.
another success story. I get this coffee has gone cold. I've got to get rid of it.
Yeah, get yourself a refresh from the pot.
Yeah, probably ice and Coca-Cola by now. See you in a minute. Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir.
I just was in breakout group 1.
Yeah.
Did you see that note from Karen Evans?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went and found out what going. They had all their stuff written out, and oh my God, notes 1, breakout 1. There it is.
Wait, say that again?
Oh, never mind. Notes 1, breakout 1. I'm going to go back and put it back in. It disappeared. It did the same thing. It switched the breakout room. I'm going to go back.
Oh, for God's sakes. Okay.
Mark.
Sir.
Happened again. So there they were in breakout room 1. See where it says notes 1, breakout 1?
Yeah.
I went into the room and they were retyping everything, and it said notes 21, breakout.
Okay,
1.
so this is what I don't understand, Jim, and it's because I don't understand Adobe Connect. You tried explaining this before. Why are there so many different notes instances? Why can't we just lock it down to a single notes instance for each breakout pod for the entirety of the course?
You should. Okay, we've got a notes. There's a bunch of different note sections. Okay, there's there's one presenter notes. It actually is a numbered notes 6 or 7 or something like that.
Yeah, I got it.
And I just changed the title to presenter notes.
Yeah.
And it should be the same in each breakout room, and it shouldn't change every time.
Yeah.
But for some reason, Adobe Connect is creating a new notes section for randomly for the different breakout groups.
Yeah, I'm sure they think it's a feature that allows you to have separate groups of notes for each breakout session.
Yeah.
But that's not how we do business, and it gets confusing, and we lose time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, I've got it in the notes. I'm going to give Allie a heads up too, Allie and Marcy, just so they know.
Yeah, it's another one for Carousel.
Okay.
But, I used to delete where it says notes 1, breakout 1. I used to delete that and just say breakout 1. I'm not going to delete that anymore because if it's going to delete it, I need to be able to find my way back to it.
Yep.
Strange. Okay. Oh, we're closing in a minute. I got to send a message.
Hope y'all don't take umbrage to that.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, back in the main room. I'm going to shut off everybody's microphone real quick and then turn mine back on. And let me say this. I think it was group 3 had the issue once before, and group 1 this time, for some reason, when they went into breakout, Adobe Connect created a different notes section. So everything that was in there already disappeared. And so if that happens, just keep an eye. If you show up in your breakout room and it disappears, send me a note. I might have to go back in and open up the original notes section. I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense as I've explained it, but it's Adobe Connect being weird, but I can still recover that other notes section. It's just, I just have to be informed that it disappeared for whatever reason. So that's just sounds like Adobe Connect technical glitch we're going to have to deal with.
You have to document that on their past performance for
Yes.
the Adobe contract.
Yes,
Exactly.
I'll be sure.
Okay, I'm chuckling.
Okay. Who wants to talk about their ideal source evaluation team organization? Anybody? Silence is deafening. That means I'm going to pick on Frank Burns.
I saw
Frank
that
Burns,
coming.
you saw that coming. I mean, it's just it's too easy of a target.
So for the ideal team, we all work in different aspects of the FAA, so it's kind of hard to say like what's important to you might not be important to me, or what you're going to have on your team. Like I do construction operations and maintenance, so there's certain have tos. So when we do our team, we're going to have a contracting officer, we are going to have legal, we are going to have a price evaluator, definitely have QA, but because of the work we do, we're going to have safety, environmental. They're all going to be on the evaluation team, architectural, engineering. We do construction, so we're going to have to also have somebody look at the impact because of what if I'm doing crane work, I have to notify the tower and air ops that we're going to be using a crane. So if you're in IT, no offense to the IT people, but there's some things you don't need on your team that I need on my team. And I'm sure you have people on the IT team that I'm like, well, we don't need that. So that's the hardest part about this exercise, is trying to figure out, what's a definite and then what's flexible, because it doesn't give us what we're looking for, like what our acquisition is, what we're trying to acquire.
Yeah. That makes sense. You almost have to assume a certain type of project first before you design an organization to meet it. I'm sure you guys, in talking about your different areas, you realize one source evaluation team wouldn't work at all in someone else's area. What about group 4? You've got, it looks like more generalized technical evaluation, members of cost price evaluation team, members of management or business evaluation team. Why don't you talk about your organization?
Yeah, we come from a myriad of different areas in FAA. So we tried to generalize what our team would look like. So of course you would always have the CO, who might be the SSO team leader. You're always going to have legal advisors, the cost and pricing folks, technical evaluation team, those professionals that work right there in that particular area of the solicitation you're trying to strategize and put together. Business evaluation. And a lot of times I've seen here at FAA, we always want to consult with the small business office because they want to see if if it can be small business only, or if we can implement them where they do a shared program with a big firm. So we have all of those entities put in as well.
Excellent.
To make up our team.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
We'd also, like say we would kind of piggybacking off the Frank Burns deal. We'd have the district office manager, safety, environmental, EIS, SECOM, engineering services manager, project engineers. Like say contracting officer, representative, air traffic, and any other entities that would be involved in the project.
Do you find that you have a core group evaluation team and then other people that come in and out on an as-needed basis?
Yes.
Yeah. That's more. Go ahead, Anthony.
Go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, go ahead, Brent. But in real world, I I've done solicitations in a team. We had actual consultants, which were another firm that had worked with FAA before. They weren't allowed to bid on this project, so they were eyes and ears to give us other ideas from industry side. And
Good.
as I was explaining to my group, sometimes you went out on the street, not only with the market research, but you might have what you call industry days, to have those people come in. They're the experts that work on this, 365, to give you more ideas and input that you might put into your scope of work and part of your solicitation package.
Okay.
I
Very
was
good.
going to say, we've had some discussions about if there's any kind of disposal, or maybe for construction too, that the ADO airports, and I think operations was mentioned, but if there's disposal, it would be good to have real property involved as well.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Necessary. Very good. Hey, group 2 brought up a couple interesting points. They approached it a little differently, but they made some great comments. Somebody from group 2, can you talk about using an odd number of team members and the difficulty about trying to get people dedicated to a source evaluation team when they are bringing years of experience at the FAA with them? Group 2?
Yeah, I have not been at the FAA for very long. So my experience was more having come from DoD, but I think it still, kind of applies across the board. When you look to make a source selection team, kind of the structure is prescribed, right? It was in the diagram that we had up here showing the organizational structure. But across the board, no matter what source evaluation team you're looking to build, you want it to be a team with people who have kind of experience just in competitions, and then it's a bonus if they are kind of have the background related to the requirement that you're going out and procuring. Kind of the flip side of that is, though, trying to sequester somebody who is experienced and kind of senior within the agency, sequestering them to support a source selection is sometimes can be pretty difficult. So you're left with, a junior mix versus a senior mix, and, who can support and how. And so I think that's where the importance of consultants, or, listing people as advisors. That way, you can kind of drift in and advise on maybe the operations piece, and then drift out and let the team get back to the writing of the report.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I tried to jump on, but my thoughtful boss was in my other ear on my cell phone at the time. And Nicole framed it perfectly. We talked about it amongst our team, and I guess I'm finally that guy now. I'm the geezer in our work group. I've been doing this for longer than I want to admit, but the dream team, right? It's important, if you can try to get a dream team, to at least try. Don't wait for others to assemble it. If you can have an input to try to get a subject matter specialist, especially if it's related to one type of work or a field, and a technical consultant that's done the work, maybe been part of other contracts that are similar. A program specialist, right? That can help advise and caution you on whether or not the program is going to be able to support it for the long term, and then and provide resources when necessary, because we run into that a lot at FAA, where people come and go. They take other opportunities, and all of a sudden, you got 2 people doing the work of what started out as 5, and it happens over and over again. And then lastly, for a lot of the projects that I've been a part of, Jim, government estimators have an availability for the right resources at the right time when you're evaluating proposals. If you've got resources, I've been called in on a handful of contracts just because I've been here too long, but because because of maybe the specialty. And I was sharing with our group that headquarters called me back in 2015 because there was a project that they had signed an intent to award with a really big 20+ year contract, and it spanned 2 service areas, and they had taken so long to do the evaluation that it was headed to claims. And it just so happened to be a friend of mine called and knew I had experience with this type of contract, said, "Hey, would you come on our team?" And I said, "It's going to have to be on detail because I don't have the bandwidth in my current job to help you guys effectively." So they hired me for a 6-month detail, and it ended up going 2 years. That detail got extended 3 more times. But it pleased to share that we avoided going to claims. We did successfully award the contract. And it was something that was started, 2 years earlier. I had no knowledge of it, and I had to try to jump in the middle and learn and figure out where all the obstacles were and help do the evaluation, because it was a 22-year contract for $18 million. So performance-based contracts have a lot to evaluate, and then somebody's got to be a core for that long. And even our director, when we were doing the final evaluation, getting ready to award, we had legal approval. The director looked at everybody at the table and said, "Look, I'm not going to be here at the end of this contract. Most of us won't be here." So a lot comes into play when you're evaluating something like that, and you have to try your best to get the right team on board and try and create an appetite so you can keep your bench strength up as you approach the end of your career, that somebody's on the bench ready to take that spot.
Yeah. Within the FAA, is there any focus on team chemistry?
Should be, but not necessarily.
Yeah.
Well, I know we do a lot. I mean,
Sally?
yeah, there's a lot of focus. I guess maybe based on, I don't know, was that you, Anthony, or Brad? I don't know who was speaking, but there's a lot of focus on that team chemistry from mission support, certainly.
Yeah. Yeah, there should be, and if not,
well,
you should at least do some things to build.
To your point, yeah, there should be, because it can make or break a deal, and it can really injure an effort after you spend so much time with the development of something to get to the final evaluation and have a sniper come in either on your team or on the contractor's team and start taking shots at it, right? So I know that's not a kind term, but it literally turns into that sometimes. And if I get asked to come on to a project that's already underway, that's the first thing I do, is use the leverage and the fact that I'm being asked to be able to pick a couple of the people that I know want to row the boat in the same direction, and try to do exactly what you said and create that chemistry, or at least add to it.
Yeah, smart. That sounds very, very smart. Yeah, and a couple people moving in the right direction can sort of set the atmosphere for the whole team.
Well, definitely. I think the way Nicole summarized so well what's going on, Nicole, I don't care if you've only been with the FAA 2 days or whatever it is, you hit it spot on. So, that kind of skill set ports right over.
All right, that's great. We'll give Nicole the award for the 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock time segment. And it's time for another break. It's almost straight up 3 o'clock Eastern. I promised you a 10-minute break at the top of every hour. It's the top of the hour. I'm going to put you back in the lobby and set a timer again for 10 minutes. Any questions before I turn you loose to go refresh your coffees? All right, get some coffee, stretch your legs, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. All right, welcome back. It is 10 minutes after 3 on the East Coast of the U.S. Let's make sure everybody made it back. Joshua, even though he's way behind us in Alaska, he was the first one out there with the red thumb. A green thumb, excuse me. Give me a green thumbs up if we're ready to roll. And it looks like we're good to go. So we talked about an ideal team, some of the issues or thoughts associated with different source evaluation team configurations. We're going to talk about outside evaluators and advisors, specifically non-governmental evaluators, are not allowed to have access to proprietary information from offers until they've received consent of each offer. So there's an additional step. If you bring in outside advisors onto your team, you have to get consent from everybody submitting a proposal that they are allowed. They're not the government, so they have to get okayed that they're allowed to take a look at the proposal information. So it's the CO's responsibility to make sure these agreements are in place and have been executed prior to granting access to the proposals. And I'll just mention that it takes a little bit of time sometimes to get everybody to respond to say, yes, it's okay to have her or him take a look at my proposal. Next, lesson 3 in this module has to do with selecting the source selection methodology. We said there are 2 competitive procurement methods that the FAA uses. The complex and non-commercial was one, and the other is a commercial and simplified purchase method. Choosing which one has to take place, of course, early in the selection planning process. We're going to talk about them individually in just a second. Starting with the complex non-commercial versus commercial simplified. We've said before, complex non-commercial is for larger dollar value items. Tend to be non-commercial. A lot of times there's a development component associated with them. Commercial and simplified are less complex, usually smaller dollar items, a lot of times catalog items, things that you'd find online someplace, shorter term commercial items. Complex, there we go. Non-commercial is generally used for things that impact the national airspace or mission support critical investments that are approved by the Joint Resources Council or the Operations Governance Board. It's likely there will be competing contractors. They're going to need to invest time and money to prepare the necessary proposals. You consider, is there more than one possible solution to meet the FAA's requirements? Are there likely to be clear qualifying differences between competing contractors? And is the government willing to pay for more value represented by a technically superior proposal? Does the size or importance of the acquisition warrant the additional time and labor needed to conduct an entire trade-off evaluation? Commercial and simplified is used in different ways, including contract or purchase card purchases sometimes. Items typically are routine in nature, generally purchased on fixed price. A big part of market research is determining whether there are commercial items out there and available to meet the FAA's need, identify what the sources are, and then if it's more than $150,000, it has to be publicly announced. So anybody that feels like they can meet that need has an opportunity to bid. So here's a little bit of a breakout again. We've got plenty of time for this one. I'm going to put you in your breakout groups for 30 minutes. It's on page 70 of your participant guide, and it's on page 13 of the workbook. I'm going to put you in your breakout groups for 30 minutes. I want you to read, select and justify a source selection methodology for each of 5 scenarios, and then write down your answers in the notes section of your breakout room, and assign somebody, a spokesperson, to share your group's recommendation. So let's see. Five different scenarios, each one asks the same question. Which scenario selection methodology would you choose and why? And your choices, of course, are commercial and simplified, or complex and non-commercial. And a need to justify that. Any questions before I put you into your breakout groups? I'm going to copy these instructions and drop them into the notes, into the instruction section. And do me a favor. I don't think this is going to take all of 30 minutes. As a group, could you guys give me, when your group finishes, give me a green thumbs up to let me know that your team's done, as we might be able to pull you back into the main room again early. But otherwise, I'll see you in about 30 minutes. Thank you. One, 8, 10. Mark, I ran through to make sure that the notes section didn't get changed by Adobe Connect, so everybody looks good.
Fantastic. I saw you bopping around. So bizarre.
Yeah, there's some quirky things that I don't really understand.
Yeah. So how did you, what was it that you turned on that caused the recording to turn back on?
Nothing. When I go into broadcast control.
Oh, broadcast control.
Yeah, broadcast control pauses the recording, and turning the broadcast back on. Apparently, it just doesn't record when you're in broadcast control mode.
Okie dokie. Good to know.
Yeah, there's some advantages to that too. You don't get these long recordings over lunch by accident.
Right, exactly. And from the TC perspective, we don't need to remember to turn it on and off ourselves, which can sometimes go poorly. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to evaluating the recording and checking the quality against what we do.
Yeah. And I wonder, we get that little blue pop-up. I didn't notice it until this last time because I wasn't really looking for it. We get that little blue pop-up saying this session is being recorded. I wonder if the participants get that also.
I was wondering that as well, because
I think they probably do.
That could be problematic.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there weren't union issues associated with recording.
That's what I've heard since I've been with the FAA. I've never actually, I've heard it third hand. In other words, people are like, we always do it this way because of this, but no one has actually checked in to see whether or not that's an issue or not.
Yeah. That maybe sounds like a urban myth.
Yeah, or like our favorite person's quote unquote FAA requirements that
Yeah.
exist anywhere except in her own mind.
Yeah. Well, do we leave the recording running? I wonder also, okay, guys, welcome back. We got 5 scenarios, 4 groups. We're going to go 1 through 4 and then throw one up for a group discussion. So we'll start with group 1. Group 1, scenario 1. What would you choose and why?
So we chose complex and not non-commercial for this scenario, and the reasoning behind that was that, and I'm just going to pull the scenario right back up real quick. It sounds like it's very complex. It sounds like a large requirements, and it's, you know, it could be some type of technical performance risk. You have to fabricate the actual product at your facility and then have to deliver that to the FAA center and then get it tested there. So we're thinking complex and non-commercial for scenario 1.
I think that's a good choice. I would agree with that. It also looks like it has a significant developmental component to it.
Yes.
And I think I think you're right on target with the selection. Good. Okay. Scenario 2, group 2.
Yes, we felt that this was a complex and non-commercial. The requirement was very technical in nature, specifically the idea of kind of constructing a lab to perform, electric propulsion unit testing, as it relates to aerospace and the NAS. And so it requires startup training and protecting the NAS.
Yeah, it's sufficiently complex. I think you're right on target. Complex and non-commercial. Good one. What about group 3, scenario 3, the VoIP system?
We picked commercial and simplified for this one because the vendor needs to essentially provide existing COTS equipment and provide some pretty basic support.
Yeah, it's pretty much off the shelf. There's a lot of people out there that offer them. They're plug and play. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Anybody have a different opinion? All right, that's a good one. Group 4, scenario 4. ASR 9 antenna replacement.
We chose complex and non-commercial because for technical nature aspect of NARS.
And the baby agrees.
And the baby, I apologize, he's sick. I had to come home from work.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. It's a joy to hear a baby cry.
But she's right. We all agreed that it was complex and non-commercial because of the project that it entailed.
Okay. Let's see. Group 2 agreed. Group 4 agreed, and Group 1 said commercial and simplified. Group 1, right. Why do you think the antenna would be commercial and simplified?
And
I'll let you go, Kristen. Thanks.
Yeah, Karen and I kind of went back and forth on this one But when I saw the word quote, that's the first that's kind of stuck out to me. Like, okay, you're asking for a quote, so I don't think it's necessarily going to be anything dollar value wise like over 150,000. And then also they're going to get to go have a site visit to actually see this antenna, what it's going to look like, and they're giving you what's going to be needed and in terms of the parts and how it needs to stand and turn and all that other stuff. So I thought you could probably do it as commercial simplified, but the quotes thing, when they said do the quotes, when they had quotes in there, I kind of thought this might be more simplified than anything.
Yeah. You know, again, a one paragraph scenario, we don't really have enough information to fully ascertain what's the best acquisition approach. But I tend to agree with, I see this as sort of a short-term purchase for equipment that's probably routinely replaced, expose the elements subject to corrosion, routinely replace. It's probably something they have a couple manufacturers that have them in inventory. You just order one and send out another and have it installed. I tend to see it as commercial and simplified. But again, I could be wrong. You know, they could have to go out and spec the whole thing out, engineer it, and develop it from scratch. But I tend to
this was
believe
hilariously
it's
the
off
one
shelf.
area where my group could cheat because I work in that area, and there's absolutely nothing simple about an antenna replacement, let alone on the ASR9. So this is as complicated a project as you can get in millions and millions of dollars.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
I'm going to agree with that. This is Sally. I had the distinct pleasure of being the ASTI program manager for about a year. And the reason I put it is there was a lot of obsolescence issues. ARSA 9 is pretty old. Others may have moved on to some different technology. So what would have at one time been more simplified and COTS, if you will, is maybe a special production run now. It's very painful.
Okay, very
So we
interesting.
leaned on the experience of our group. We had people that actually worked with the antenna. So we selected complex and non-commercial.
Excellent. Makes sense. You're the go-to group for answers. Anything to do with antennas. Okay, let's throw this last one, scenario 5. Anybody who wants to answer? It's Sikorsky helicopter pilot qualification training. Would that be complex, non-commercial, or commercial and simplified?
Our group too said commercial and simplified. Admittedly, when I first kind of read it, I was leaning towards complex, just looking at, hey, it's like a very particular model helicopter. However, one of our group members just did some old-fashioned Googling and found that, hey, these the requirement is for services associated with a helicopter that's been around for a while, and that there are plenty of companies out there that offer specific helicopter qualification training.
Okay. And again, you did a quick Google search, but you see that your market research informs your selection of which approach makes sense to use. And if you see a lot of vendors, standardized product, readily available, commercial and simplified. If you can't find anybody out there that offers it, and you got to build it up from scratch, create a simulator for helicopter pilots. I think that'd be a lot more involved, and that would tend towards complex and
commercial.
I just have a quick question on that one, though. That's what we said as well, and go with all of that, agree with that. But it was the dollar amount of $150K. How does that play into it when you kind of go over that threshold? Because didn't really see enough information to see if, would it stay under that or would it not?
That's a good question, and I didn't see a dollar. They didn't mention a dollar figure in the scenario, did they?
Not in that one, no.
Okay. If it's over 150,000, Sally, are you required to go complex and non-commercial?
Well, that's my question. I would hope not, because I think this one has a lot of vendors out there. It's pretty. But it depends. I mean, You know,
Yeah.
the tech center under 150K is, you know, is that usual. So I just wondered how much of a factor that was, because it does seem like you could get a COTS type thing. But a lot of times, I will say, a lot of times people say, oh, go COTS, you know, but then it has to be modified for the FAA. And this change and this change. And, you know, where is that picture of the boat, you know, change management or something like that, where there's so many changes to the contract that it becomes expensive and not
Yeah.
COTS. So
I
that's
also
the
noted
thing
that it
there. I
didn't
wasn't
specify how.
sure, Jim.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to add to that. I didn't notice it saying how many people needed the training.
That's true.
Uh,
So we don't really know the scope of this, and I haven't heard that 150,000 is a magic number for.
Well, I probably misread something. So we'll just, you know, scratch that one, because I thought
Okay.
I read it in the notes somewhere, but maybe not.
There is a requirement if you're doing simplified and commercial, and it's over 150,000. There's a requirement to publish it. You have to make a public announcement that you're doing a procurement for these activities. Then anybody can see the public announcement that has that on the shelf, can participate.
what do you do if you don't know?
Thank you.
If you don't know how much it's going to be,
right?
Well, I would assume it's part of your market research. You try to establish a budget up front. You might not know, but if you don't know, then and it is. I think if it is something that is commercial and simplified, I think you're going to find out really quick the first few times you go out and explore and talk to people in industry.
Yeah, you'll have, like you said, market research. You'll have numbers. You'll have a high number and a mid number, and you'll always have something to base it on.
Okay. Good. We're about to talk about. Let me check the time real quick. We're about to talk about pre-solicitation exchanges with vendors, but this is 5 minutes to 4. Again, I promise a 10-minute break at the top of every hour. This will be the last break of the day. So before we get into pre-solicitation exchanges, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and I'll see you back here after 10 minutes. I noticed the first time I did that, it had a countdown, but it doesn't do that anymore. Okay, back to here. Okay, that was our last break of the day. Ishmael, again, you're way ahead of us. Give me a green thumbs up, guys, if you're ready to roll. I'm going to turn my clock on. So it's all downhill from here. The horses know their way back to the barn. And we'll roll through a few more slides, have one breakout exercise, and then we'll call it a day. So sometimes exchanges with vendors prior to the solicitation gives us some information on whether or how they can satisfy government requirements. It enhances our ability to get supplies and services at reasonable prices, really. Some of the methods of exchanging information are listed here. As early as possible, to address concerns about an acquisition, it makes sense to come up with an acquisition strategy, contract type, terms and conditions, the schedule for the acquisition, the requirements, performance requirements, work statements, data requirements, proposal instructions, and evaluation factors, so we know how we're going to make our decision, reference documents, if there are any, and if there's any industry concerns or questions. So some of these approaches mentioned on the slide, industry or small business conference, pre-solicitation notices, even sending draft SIR and asking the vendors what they think is an approach to getting some early information. Small business conference, when you're unsure of the approach as to what would produce the best value, you get industry input relative to a lot of times obsolete or unnecessary requirements that could, impact their ability to bid. You can test the industry capabilities to perform the requirement. A screening information request should focus on information that directly relates to how you're going to distinguish capabilities of one vendor from another. What are the discriminators that are going to help us make our decision? Like I mentioned, it's okay to send out a draft screening information request. Guys, this is what we're considering. This is draft. This is not a screening information. Give me some feedback on what we're going to be asking for. It also helps them prepare and get ready up front, so they can give us the direction and they can kind of get things into the mill so they're prepared when the actual screening information request comes out. So a SIR should contain a reference. One of the requirements, FAA, is a reference to the Paper Reduction Act, a statement identifying the purpose, defining the need, requesting specific information, a closing date, of course, the evaluation criteria we're going to use, the best way to communicate with us, and some kind of a schedule for this procurement. There are 3 categories of screening information requests. Qualification information to screen those vendors meeting the minimum capabilities. So the lowest priced, technically acceptable method is often used with a qualification information. Sometimes you just want information so you can get a qualified vendors list to submit a more detailed information request. Screening information determines which offers are most likely to receive the award, which offer provides best value to the FAA. And a request for offer is asking them to formally commit to provide products or services that the FAA needs at the stated terms and conditions. So like I said, the qualification information, it screens for those vendors that meet the FAA's minimum capabilities and requirements. It should be tailored, so it focuses only on discretionary information, so we can distinguish between one vendor's qualifications versus another. Vendors that meet the FAA qualifications, they get listed in a qualified vendor list. Screening information allows you to determine which offers are most likely to receive the award and which is going to provide the best value. So it should focus on, information that directly relates to the key discriminators for the procurement. What are the real drivers of this procurement in terms of capabilities of the vendors? And a request for offer is asking for a formal commitment, like we said. It can take the form of a screening information request, a SIR. It can be a proposed contract. Here's our proposed contract. Sign it or amend it and return it, and or it can be a purchase order. So important to note that communication, I mentioned this once before, communication with one offerer doesn't necessitate communication with all the vendors. The CO ensures that any communication with one does not give any offer some unfair competitive advantage. So communications, they ensure mutual understanding between the vendor and the FAA about all aspects of the procurement. So I've got another. This is the last thing we're going to do today. It's another breakout exercise. I'm going to put you in the breakout rooms for 25 minutes. This is on page 78 of your student guide, and it's on page 16 of your workbook. So I'm going to ask you to read the scenario. It's on page 78 in your student guide or page 16 in your workbook. Read the scenario, answer 3 questions, and write your answers in the notes section of your breakout room. Then assign somebody to be the spokesperson for your group. I'm going to copy these instructions, put you into breakout debrief area. So you'll have the instructions in the exercise instructions section. Again, this is for 25 minutes. Any questions before I put you into your breakout groups?
I'm sorry, Jim. What page did you say in the student guide? This is Anthony.
Hey, Anthony. It's in the instructions, but it's on page.
Okay.
That's fine. It's on page 78 in your student guide.
Thank you.
Yeah, or page 16 of the workbook.
16.
Yeah. And something else I wanted to mention. I noticed Group 4 did this. They kind of abbreviated their answers. Remember, we're not handing this stuff in, so you don't have to be exhaustive necessarily in the answers that you place in the notes section. But I want you to discuss the answers as a group and be prepared to justify, to explain to us your reasoning behind a given answer. But it's not an essay contest, and so you really don't have to. You don't have to write a lot into the notes section. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So if everybody's okay, I'll put you in your breakout group for 25 minutes. Again, if you finish early, give me a green thumbs up. Let me know you're ready, and we can wrap this up early if possible. So see you in 25. Okay, guys, welcome back. The last discussion of the day, and we're going to make this really informal. We'll just open this up to anybody who wants to talk about it. We're starting off question 1. You're looking at the need for cybersecurity. You're not really sure where to start. What type of pre-solicitation communication might work with industry at this point? Anybody?
For Group 2, we said we would host an industry day or maybe a small business conference where we would try to kind of brief our contemplated requirement and then offer one-on-one breakout sessions where we can have industry tell us, kind of about what they do. And so that way, they've kind of given us the art of the possible and, we have this general idea of what our requirements are and, we come back to the drawing board after industry day and our one-on-ones to kind of figure out where that happy medium is with what's out there.
So very, very smart. Let's figure out how does industry do this? How does industry procure their cybersecurity needs? Very, very good approach. Small business. Anybody have a different approach they want to share?
Well, this is Karen, and I do have a question for Group 2 or the BVTs. You've got number 3 IGCE, and I'm not quite sure why that would be there because that's really more, an independent government cost estimate, and I don't think you would be talking about dollars at all, or unless you're talking about resources, that resource requirements, but that still would not be dollars. That probably wouldn't be time phase. So I'm curious why that's there.
Karen, that's a great question. Let's take this one at a time. Okay, let's focus on the first question first, and we'll get to question 3 when and we'll address your issue about government cost estimate when we get there. Is that fair?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking these were all of the for question 1, so I apologize.
Oh, no, that's okay. So question one, excellent example. I agree with that. I'm kind of looking at the same thing. We don't really know. We kind of want to know, understand better how to frame our needs, but also understand how does the industry go about it? I mean, any company of any size is going to have cybersecurity issues that they need to address. How do they do it? And I think a small business conference or an industry conference with breakout sessions is a great way to do it. I think it's very, very wise, very, very smart. Anybody want to add to that first one? Okay, question two then. How would you get input from highly competitive and evolutionary cybersecurity services industry? Question two is now, you have a general idea of the requirements and some understanding of the capabilities. You're not sure what type of approach would best fulfill your needs. So what might now be a good way to get information from industry?
You could issue like a draft, like not necessarily a draft, sir, but you could do like a draft statement of work and solicit feedback from industry to figure out if you're going about it the right way in terms of the product or the services and how they can be done. So yeah, maybe along with a market survey to kind of figure out who is out there or whatever. So yeah, a market survey and a draft statement of work.
Yeah, and they'll get back in a hurry, let you know what needs to be either included or removed from your statement of work to clean it up and make it suit industry's ability to meet your needs. I think that's a terrific approach. So I see that in group one. Group two is talking about a market survey. Group three is talking about maybe a screening information at this point, if you have enough information or you understand your need well enough. Okay. Anybody else? I think you're on target. Some kind of information request, or if you have enough information to put together a statement of work, that's a great approach. Put it out there as a draft and ask for feedback. What about the last one? Now, question three is you have a pretty solid idea about your requirement. You've finished your planning. You've crafted a solicitation. You've got a SIR or a RFQ or whatever you have, but you've never procured this kind of thing before. And so you still have a little bit of uncertainty. Is this really the right approach now? Are we really far enough along that we can ask for a firm price commitment from vendors? What steps would you take at this point?
We said this is where we would kind of take our IGCE and see how we've built up what we estimate is going to be the level of effort needed to complete this work, and just kind of look across whether it's FAA or any government agency to see if there are any similar existing contracts, maybe pull their contract data to see how much they paid for it, and then kind of internally this is where we would look to get a draft SIR out and request industry feedback and questions so we can just start that communication with offers and try to refine our SIR for posting of the final one.
Smart. Okay. Draft SIR at this point, get industry feedback. They can refine it before you issue a final. I think that's a good approach. Karen, did that answer your question about the cost estimate?
Well, I do understand what they do. Yes. And as I said, I thought those are three answers to number one. I'm like, well, I don't know. But the only thing with the IGCE, and this is where, you get this from the business team, and yet if they're not sure if they've captured everything, I'm not sure. I've seen IGCEs that might have been time phased, but they were pretty lame with regards to the necessary skill set for the labor cats. And so a lot of time, when I've seen the market surveys come back and they actually say what they think they would do and who would be doing the work. But one of the things in contracts is that we have to be really careful not to do the PMO's work for them. And the core, the tech team, they're the ones that really need to be providing this to us. We can review it, but we have to be really careful because if we pick this up, then we're blamed for being late. And if it doesn't make sense, we shouldn't be trying to make sense out of it. We need to be going back to the program management team that's put this together. Because ultimately, we're not going to put a market survey out there if contracts management hasn't reviewed it, if the PMO hasn't signed off on it. So I think we are sort of limited to some of that.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah.
thoughts?
Yeah, and we don't really know how much information we have at this point. Again, you got one paragraph description. There might not be enough available, especially if you're still uncertain if this is the right approach. There might not be enough of information available for an IGCE yet. So it might make one more round of pre-solicitation exchange with industry might be required just to firm things up enough to get an IGCE before you go to market for actual bids. Any other thoughts, guys? Okay. Good discussion. And again, it's a matter of degree. How much uncertainty is still in this solicitation package versus how confident we are that we nailed it. Depending upon that, it tells you kind of if it's time to go out for bids or if we need another round of information exchange to firm things up before we actually can. At 10 to 5 East Coast time, if you're like me, my brain starts to turn to mush, and it's time for us to wrap up discussions for today. We're going to pick up where we left off again tomorrow. We'll do a quick summary on what we talked about today, and then we'll pick up. We've got a capstone for this module. What's this module number? This module 2. We've got a capstone for module 2. We'll do at the beginning of tomorrow, but we're in pretty good shape slide count wise in terms of how this course is going along. So thank you for good discussions. I really appreciate your expertise. I learned a lot. Enjoy listening to you, and I'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll do it again.
All right. See you later.
Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Jim. Good class.
Thank you. Enjoyed it.
Thanks.
Have a good night, Jim.
Thank you. You too. See you tomorrow.
Yep.
Signing off from Alaska. So your day's just starting there, Joshua.
Yeah, it really is. It's about 12:50.
Oh well.
The sun's out though. It's been like 40, 50 plus degrees here.
Nice.
Yeah, for Juneau and Alaska. Woo, it's nice.
That's great.
We'll see you in the morning.
Okay, be safe. Take care. Thanks, Joshua.
Thank you.
Let's see. Sally, did you have anything? Sally, I'm going to go ahead and sign you off. Thanks for a good day, if you can hear me. And I will see you again tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern. Thank you. All right, buddy. We did it again.
Yeah, great class. I will take a moment to sample the recording if and when I can find it. In fact, I'm going to